All right, so welcome again. We're going to continue to look at methods of teaching, and we're going to go into greater details as it relates to some of the methods. I'm not certain. I don't remember receiving the 2 lesson plans that the 2 groups did. Were they sent to me? Okay, so you're not. All right, it seems as if okay. Let me refresh your memory. You are placed in 2 groups, and you did a lesson plan. I asked you to send the lesson plans to me, but I don't remember receiving them.
Miss Berry, you didn't get it from Dexon?
I don't remember getting an email at all.
Oh, because he was supposed to send it to you.
Yes. All right, there's a video. Let me see. On the topic 9, we're working with the 5004 container, approaches to teaching and learning information technology. We're going to use that container from here on. On the topic 9 that says classroom management in perspective, there's a little video I want you to watch. One second. All right, sorry about that. All right, the link says, inquiry-based learning. Let me just share it here and let everybody watch it at the same time. All right, is everybody hearing? Okay, I'm going to share the video here. Sorry, 1 second. Let's do that again. Okay, here we go. All right. As postgrad students in education, the 6 steps that were outlined, what does that resemble? Okay, did you see the 6 steps? It starts with a question. You didn't see the 6 steps. Let me go back.
There is an old saying.
No. I noticed there's a forward but no back. Okay. It summarized it at the end, Courtney. Let me just right here. Okay.
Sorry, I had internet troubles earlier, so when I joined, I was actually seeing the end of the video.
That's okay. I'm going to to share. All right, are you seeing it now?
Yes.
Question,
I'm seeing it.
hypothesis, experimental design, analyze data, reach conclusions, communicate results. What does that resemble for us?
Then it's steps to problem solving.
Okay, steps in problem solving. I hear systems analysis. All right. These are pretty much the steps when you are doing a research paper. So you come up with your research questions. Then you find whatever it is to support your hypothesis. You go out, you have your data method, collection methods and so on. You analyze your data after you collected it. You arrive at a conclusion, and then you put your paper and you communicate results. So these are the steps stated here for inquiry-based learning. So it's pretty much an example of doing research. So what they're saying to us is we should allow the students to go out and find information, to go out and find answers, solutions, or whatever it is to support their thinking, or to even go out and get new ideas or new information based on work that you give them to do, on experiments that you give them to do. I had mentioned I'm not sure if it's the last class, that it's computer science and it should resemble what other science subjects are doing. And they do a lot of labs, they do experiments. So you should try and allow some of your classes to resemble that method, where they go and they test things, they write down the reaction of mixing two things together, they write up their results and so on and so forth. So you should allow them to experiment more. So these are the tenets of inquiry-based learning. All right, so the link is there. You can watch that. Let me see if I can. All right, what I wanted to do, one of the first things I wanted to do was to look back at the two lesson plans, but I've not seen them yet. So I'm waiting on them. You just did? Okay, beautiful. Let me check that. One second, let me just. Okay. All right, there are several other documents that I want you to, well, most of the links, the URLs, I hope everybody is in the same space in the container. Does everybody have access to okay. Well, you'll realize that the majority of the links, the URLs, the internet links rather, those are actually videos for you to watch. And there's a reading there that talks about teacher talk, demonstration, simulation, and inquiry. There's also one it looks at okay, this is moving a little slow. It looks at the principles of teaching. And I just want to point you to a section in the document. It says chapter 3, let me go back. Unit 3, principles of teaching. I just want to point you to, I always pick out some parts of the documents that I think, not that the rest of it is not important, but in your own time, you can go through and read it. On page 2, it's not numbered. On page 2, it talks about how you can gain and hold the attention of the students. And these are some attributes of your lessons. You should, I want to make, let me just share screen. All right, so the first thing, according to Cruikshank et al., you want to make learning experiences pleasant and satisfying. Remember that students are humans too, and therefore they will take an interest in repeating an experience if each time they engage in it results in positive consequences. So that's the first thing. The second thing is you want to deliver lessons that take into account the interests and the needs of students. We always talk about trying to make the lesson relevant, trying to make it applicable, trying to include things that they can relate to, right? So the students will take an interest in lessons that focus on teaching what they are interested in learning and to be able to do. So you have to sort of intertwine things that will pique their interest. You put that into the lesson as much as you can. Make use of different sensory channels and change. So you plan lessons with frequent breaks and fluctuating rhythms. Students should be encouraged to change from listening to speaking to doing, etc. So you don't sit and talk like I am doing for the entire class or stand and talk. You don't present to them for the entire class. You allow them to go and explore, to get information on particular topics. You allow them to share with each other. And also remember that this helps them to remember whatever it is you are teaching. Keep in mind that students can pay attention to lessons for only so long, and even so that they differ in attention span. So you have some students who will sit, they will sit and pay attention to you for a longer period. You all know this. You guys have been in the classroom for a number of years, except for Courtney, but I'm sure Courtney is aware also that if you have a group of students, some will sit and pay attention for a longer period of time than others. Some will not even want to sit for a good 5 minutes, even as much as you think they are mature students. Schedule work that requires intense concentration in the mornings. I thought this one was very interesting. You get to learn this over a period of time, and more intrinsically interesting work, thus requiring less concentration after lunch. Do you do that? I mean, do you attempt to do that? When you know you have your students after lunch, I don't think you want to do any presentation. You want to do something where they might create something where they might do something in group, something that would be more lively, that would allow them to maybe even get up in class.
Mentally, you know that makes sense. But schedule-wise, sometimes you have no choice.
Okay.
There's a school event in the one class that you would have for the week in the morning that week, and you have to get it done because the exam's 2 weeks away, and then comes a Christmas break, and you have things that you need them to be related to SB. It's the only time to be it. Also, I suppose with everything there's an exception to the rule. I was reading the other day that there is an organization in a school in Africa where they find that the students are actually more receptive after lunch. Of course, that partially is because they provide lunch, and so these children are very lethargic in the morning, having had nothing to eat. So when they have their quote-unquote midday meal, 10:30, they're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed after, like, oh my God.
That's their first
because
meal.
That's their first, and for many of them, their only good meal.
Okay.
So,
did everybody, I hope you all heard that. Yes. Yes, Dana?
I'm saying I didn't hear everything because it's like breaking up. I don't know.
Okay, let me see if I can repeat. what Thalia was saying is that it's a little difficult to really schedule. She's saying, yes, it makes sense, but it's a little difficult to schedule, to sort of work your schedule so that the classes that you have after lunch are always like that, and the ones that you have in the mornings are the theoretical classes. However, what she also mentioned is something that she read about some classes in Africa where this researcher found that the students were quite alive and probably more lively and attentive after lunch. And she also mentioned that that's because they provide lunch for them. And chances are, where they're from, that's probably the only solid meal that they get for the day. So it is different because of the different region and different culture. But we know that when our students go off to lunch and they get, I don't know what they normally eat in St. Lucia and Dominica, but they normally have what we call box lunch, which is rice and peas and meat, chicken and that kind of thing. Not a lot of vegetable in there. And so they get very lethargic and they come in and they want to sleep. So you have to bear that in mind, and you try and plan your lessons so that they are more active. It's more of an active session, more activities to maybe, if they can, you get them to get up and move around, that would also help. Another thing is that you keep in mind that distraction, the school bell, telephone ringing, etc., will interfere with the attention of your students during lessons. So you have to bear those things in mind. So you identify them ahead of class and you devise a plan to eliminate them. See how best you can work around them. And also that students can attend to limited amount of information at any one time. I think I've said it also that it's better if you have a topic to break it down and do it in pieces, especially if you're doing, I don't think I mentioned it, but when you're looking at doing videos, it is better you break down the information so you do it in bits and pieces. They can only pay attention for so long and they can only absorb so much. Just as if you put it to them, chances are they will remember a small portion of what you said at the end of the session, right? All right, now there's another part of the document. I'm scrolling. Now this document, I believe, was put together by Dr. Daly Morris. I don't think her name is there. And it's a part, you notice it says draft. It's a part of, I believe, a book because there are several chapters in it. So what you'll find is that the information in here, you'll find some of it in the presentation on methods of teaching. It's very helpful, very useful. All right, now there is a section that looks at meaningful learning. And I just want to highlight some pointers here. This is just for emphasis, because I'm sure we have mentioned some of these already. It says, while it's important that you give attention to the benefits that can be derived if your lesson effectively stimulates the interest of students, thus enabling them to transfer much of what you teach to long-term memory, right? So in the information processing theory, you realize that you have your sensory register. We looked at that briefly. So you have your registers, your sensory registers, which if you touch something, you hear something, you see something. That's how you acquire the information at first. And then it is through practice or through repetition that it might go to short-term memory, and then by making the connection with previous information and if you use it over a longer period of time, then it goes to your short-term memory, your long-term memory, sorry. So it is as important to create lessons that share meaningful information. And so you can make learning meaningful by following some of these steps or all of them. And one of them is to prepare your students for learning. What are some of the ways you can prepare your students for learning? Any suggestions? Or let me rephrase that question. What do you do at the beginning of each of your classes? I mean, is there something that you do specifically, intentionally, that you do when you're about to teach a lesson?
In front of the students?
In front of the students or with the students.
Register, welcome them, give them introduction.
Okay, so we are register, welcome them, give them introduction. Anybody else?
Yes,
You can. Sorry.
yes, miss.
Yes.
Who's going?
What? Oh,
Go ahead, Rosalind.
Yes, one of the things I normally do, I always ask if everyone is okay, how was your night, you know, da da da. And sometimes when I do that, maybe if there's a child who is maybe depressed or something, you know, I'm able to deal with that before the class or get help for the child.
okay.
Sometimes one child will say, Miss, I'm hungry, I don't have time to eat my breakfast. I have something in my bag. Can I eat it? You know, sometimes I'll allow them to eat it. You know, these are little things just before class, as you said.
Okay. Yes, Jessica?
Oh, I was saying that you can use a brain teaser. It's fun, it gets them interested and alert, and it has them thinking before you actually start your lesson.
Okay. Yes. All right. Do you do this regularly though?
I try to, but then it's not all the time that I had time to get one for the class. But I try to use it.
Okay, understand. All right. All right, so these are very good. And so you welcome them, you ask them how they're doing, you use a brain teaser. So this gets them in the frame of mind. This gets them to focus now and ready to be able to receive whatever it is you are going to deliver, right?
Miss, I think also, well, so not in terms of a teaching class now, but I teach sometimes at my church, and I teach like Sunday school and so on. So what I would do is to pretty much look on what was discussed in the previous class, do a quick review to say, you know, bring back persons to where we were last week, and then if there are new content that is going to be introduced, then I'll say, okay, the topic for today is such, and then we might outline what the expected objectives are.
Okay. All right, these are all good. Yes?
Miss Rosaline, sometimes what I do as well, I change them around, because sometimes I'm aware of those that are maybe a little bit more active or like, you know, they tend to disturb or talk a lot with, you know, and they like to sit by their friends. So when I go to the class, you know, I change them around to make sure, you know, right. Everything will be nice.
When you realize that they're becoming a little too, for lack of a better word, cliquish. When you realize that certain students together tend to be more destructive than constructive, then you mix them up. Okay, that's good.
Yes. And sometimes too, sometimes, you know, I want to mix them. I want to have mixed abilities. Sometimes I want the brightest ones to work with the, you know, slower ones. You know, so I do that little fixing up before I start my lesson.
All right. So after we prepare the students for learning, we present information in concise, logical, and clear ways. So we want to make sure that it is as compact as possible. You want to make sure that you don't start to put in information that is irrelevant that will lead you on a path that you don't want to go along. You want to make sure logically it makes sense. You want to make sure that they can relate to it again. You want to make sure that there is no misunderstanding. It's very clear, easy to understand. Right? You want to also connect, I apologize, there are a few errors here. Connect new ideas with what the learner already knows. This helps the learner to remember whatever it is you are presenting. You have to make that connection with what they already know and what you are going to present. So again, this is one of the ways that you can enable transfer to long-term memory. You vary the way they deliver lessons, or you deliver your lessons. So this week it's demonstration. Next week you do your inquiry-based. Other week or another class you do problem solving. You do simulation one class. So you mix it up. You make it. You don't become predictable. They don't know. Oh, Miss Berry's gonna come and sit down and talk and write on the board and Rosalind, you go to class and take the notes and tell me how the class went. You know, that kind of thing. They want to come to your class because you make it exciting. It's different. It's unpredictable. Get learners to practice and revise lessons independently. So you can work again here. You can work in your groups. You can assign partners so that they can help each other to work on their own. You don't have to always instigate it. You put them together to be independent, to be responsible for their learning. Engage students in thinking about and using new information. You engage them. Critical thinking is such a term that I don't want to, it's not overused. But it's very important. It's very relevant right now. And so we talk about strategies to help students to think. Well, you find that we don't want it to create students that are able to regurgitate or to SWOT. I don't think SWOT is a proper term. But we know what SWOT means. To be able to just cram or to just read and sort of memorize a lot of information and to be able to just place it on an exam paper. That is not what we're about. And computer science cannot facilitate that kind of learning either. Just like mathematics, it's not a subject that you can SWOT overnight. It is something that you have to practice. It's something that when you get a problem, you have to understand what the problem is asking in order to solve the problem. And so computer science is very similar to that. It requires logical and critical thinking. And so we want to help the promotion and development of these kinds of attributes. You provide students with guidance and help when they need it. You encourage students to say what they understand in a summary format. So they should be able to express themselves as well. And you create opportunities for students to apply what they are learning or have learned to different situations and in varying contexts. Now, this is a lot. It is a lot because you have to consider all of these things. And this is just when you're planning one lesson. This is when you're planning one lesson. So, out of curiosity, for the seasoned teachers, how much time do you spend to plan one lesson? And I'm talking about a new topic. I'm not talking about a topic that you teach every year, and so you have the lesson plan and you might put a little tweak on it. We're talking about if you got a new topic, how much time on average do you spend planning? Okay, I hear 2
hours.
I hear too long.
Hours.
Okay, I hear hours.
I would have to say hours and sometimes days.
Wow.
You have to read it.
Especially for a subject I don't really have the much knowledge of, like IT.
Okay.
Worse,
Here.
you want to introduce it in a way that you're not familiar with, like you're using a interactive whiteboard, or or maybe there are some online resources that you haven't used before. You want to maybe use those jigsaw puzzles. You want to see it's the right picture, it's the right image. Does this work with what I have? You need to digest it a little, make some few notes, go back to school, ask another teacher what you think about so and so and so. Go back, and 3 days later, 4 hours all together, and you're exhausted. By the time you deliberate, you're over it. You're just over it. Too long.
All right. So you see the amount of work that it takes to plan. It is very, but it's at the end of it, when you do that lesson, it turns out so well, you will feel so pleased. And the 3 days and 4 hours, as Thalia said, would have been all worth it. Yes, Rosie?
Yes, Miss. That's very true. But it's just that, it's not one lesson you're doing. You're doing how many lessons every day. So, it's like you're repeating all that time. But really and truly, the time that I feel the most confident as a teacher is when I'm fully prepared, when I have my full, well-prepared lesson. It's like I just cannot wait to get into the classroom.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
Dexter here.
Okay, Dexter. Oh, because I'm not seeing I'm not seeing everybody. Okay, welcome.
Yes, sorry. My camera is kind of giving me some problems.
Okay, no problem. We'll listen.
All right. Well, for me, I kind of feel encouraged listening to everyone, because I thought I was slow, because it takes me hours to do a proper lesson as well. And, to think on how you think of the students and how you're going to get it to them, how you're going to make it appealing, and how you're going to bring out the relevant content to match your objectives. It takes me a long time. Yeah.
And on average, how many classes do you do each week?
Oh, how many classes? You mean how many classes, different classes of students?
Yeah. How many sessions do you teach? Or did you teach last year?
I think it's something in the range of 30 sessions for the week, thereabouts.
How long is that session?
30 sessions, and some of those are double sessions, right?
Well, no, 30 individual sessions. And they are doubled up, yes. They are doubled up. So,
okay.
Right. So
how
one
long is that session?
One last session would last for like 40 minutes or 35 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. So most of my classes are actually doubled up. I probably once or twice a week I'll have a single session thereabouts.
Okay, so you're running about 15, 16 classes then?
I don't know how to look at it that way.
Okay.
But,
yeah, there's about 16 classes each week. Okay. So you'd spend quite a bit of time planning them.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to get an average. All right. And
I just calculated he's right there on that requirement. At my school, our sessions are 1 hour long, and no teacher is supposed to have more than 20 sessions, 20 contact sessions. Mm-hmm. So I was calculating yours, Dexter, and you are on the nose, 20 hours.
Okay.
That's a lot. Mine last year was hovering 17, 18.
Okay.
This year, thank the good Lord, I'm going to be at 14, but I'm also acting HOD, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so it's at 40 minutes, 30 sessions, give him 20 hours. Wow.
Yeah.
And what are your sessions like? Let me see where Rosalind, I'm seeing Rosalind first.
Yes, my sessions, I teach two first forms, and basically it's the same lesson plan, just little adjustment. So I'll put that as 3 per week. So that's 3, 1 for form 6. Um, so that's 6, 2 fifth forms. So on average, about 15 lessons per week.
Okay, 15.
15, yes,
That's
15
about
lessons
the
per
same.
week.
Dana, what is your, oh, I forgot Dana does 4 different subjects. Dana, what is your,
Sorry, I have the kids with me and they're giving trouble.
okay, no problem.
I have I teach 4 different subjects, so I have like 32, 33 sometimes classes per cycle. The cycles are like 6 days, like 6 days, a 6-day break.
Mm-hmm.
We have up to 8 classes a day. So I spend a lot of time doing planning for all these different subjects, especially those that I don't have the knowledge, because I'm a business and then I have to be doing nutrition and stuff. So I have to be doing a lot of research, spending a lot. So it takes me a while to plan. So that's something I do like every day. I have to be planning for hours, trying to be ready for class.
I needed to see my facial expression.
And it has been very hectic for me with this course, going to classes on afternoon and stuff. I've really had it hard.
Wow.
I hope we'll be getting a lighter timetable since I gave the letter, so they know that I'm supposed to be doing teacher training and not all those classes, so I can get time to do.
Okay, so you said 32 sessions over a 6-day cycle.
No, well, in all I have like 33 classes, and I get like we have a 7 days, 8 periods, and we have a 6-day cycle.
Okay.
So basically, I would be getting like in a day, I would probably get 1 non-contact period, depending on how well the timetable. But there are days that I go straight from morning to afternoon.
Okay.
Yes.
Did
I know they do that to the temporary staff a lot. You're like the horse. You're like the donkey. You get all the.
Are you temporary?
Yes, I am, because I have no teacher training certificate.
Oh, okay, all right. So have fun to get this one. Okay, this time. Excuse us, technical difficulty. All right, so wow, that's a lot. All right, let me hear what Jessica has and what Ophelia has.
Well, I have approximately 30 periods per week on average. So planning would be maybe like 15 because we have double periods. Okay. Most of my classes, they double up. So is around 15 session planning for the week.
Okay. 15. And Ophelia?
Yeah, with me, I have 43 sessions, head of department, and I teach 3 subjects.
You're head of department?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I teach 3 subjects as well. Just like Dana, she said that she has a 8 periods a day. Dana?
Yes, it's 8 periods.
8 periods a day, and we go according to cycles.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and like Dana said again, usually the temporary teachers, they take advantage of and they give all that work to do.
Okay, so, I mean, you're not temporary.
I am temporary too.
You're temporary and you're head of department?
Yes.
They're not cute, honestly. No.
No, these are,
That's not right.
all of this is very new and interesting. I mean, the fact that one person is doing 4 different subjects is very interesting. I didn't know they would have a temporary person in a head of department position. I think this is the first I'm hearing about something like that, but that's interesting. Hopefully that will be sorted out soon anyways. But that for HOD though, you have quite a few sessions. You have 32, you said?
33.
33. Oh, okay.
How long is that session?
How long is each?
40 minutes. But I have mostly double and triple.
Okay. So we're looking again at maybe 15 classes.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, we're looking at maybe 15 or less classes.
Right.
Okay.
In a cycle.
Okay.
Like Dana said, hopefully it will be different in September and I'm going to a new school, so.
You are?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. That's good. All right.
So I hope it will be lighter.
Yes. All right. So I just wanted to just an idea of the amount of time you spend teaching, and if you're going to prepare for each class in such a manner, you can imagine the amount of time you need to prepare to teach. All right. As I mentioned, there are some activities in the document that we're not going to go through because we're not dealing with the, part of it is that we're not dealing with the content of Pascal. We've changed it up a little bit. I don't know if you started that in the other course.
No.
Yesterday, okay. All right. And so you can go through it on your own. Activity 3.1, decide on a problem that you feel will be suitable to use as a scenario to teach beginners the rudiments of pseudocode, algorithm, and Pascal. All right, and it goes on to explain in procedural language how you'd use each component during lessons and so on. All right, so as I said, you do that on your own. Okay, so when you get a chance, you go through and you read, it talks about the different teaching methods. All right, so what I'm going to ask you to do today, I had assigned you, the last time I assigned you, well, in pairs, assigned you a topic, 2 topics, and you explain how you would use that topic teaching method with a particular topic that you choose. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you each individual person a method. You are going to, again, do the same thing. Select a topic that you think would be, that you'd use the topic, that particular method for, and you're going to pretend as if you're teaching it. So you're going to have us engage in the activity as you present it to us. Am I clear? Yes? I see Dana smiling.
No, that's Dana's face.
Okay, let me see. Go ahead, Dexter.
So basically, a micro-teaching activity.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so what I really wanted, I'm seeing Dana. Dexter, if you could email the lesson to me, please, that would be nice. The lesson that you had planned with, I think it was Dana and Jessica.
Sure.
Yes, email it to me, please. I wanted to give some feedback. I wanted to see how we can change them up, right? All right, so as I said, I want you to before you start that, there's a video I want you to watch though. It's called 1 second. Here we go. All right, so I'm going to watch just a part of this video, and I want you to tell me what you think. If you like it, don't like it, why not? Do you think it really is, it would be effective? So here we go. All right, now this is, the term is whole brain teaching, and it talks about, it's a sort of a method of classroom management. All right, so it's let me, I don't know if it's loud enough, but it's looking at, it's a grade 6 class, and it's looking at, you know, in mathematics, when they tell you that you do whatever is, work out whatever is in, if you have different operations going on in one equation, you work out whatever is in brackets and so on and so forth. We have a little term called BOMDAS, before others: multiply, divide, add, subtract. But hers actually is PEMDAS, P-E-M-DAS. It's parentheses, yes. E is for something I don't remember. MDAS, the same as us. So this is what she's teaching them, and I just want you to look at how she's teaching them, okay?
Tell your neighbor about the 4 operations. Yes. Now that we know what the 4 operations are, we're going to learn a scheme. Because order of operations, it goes like this. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. One more time. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Teach. Okay. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Yes. Oh, what a wonderful display of gestures. Awesome. Oh, yeah. Now that we know what to say, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. It really stands for, the E stands for good. The E really is, tell your neighbor what the P and the E stand for. Please. Okay. The P is for parentheses, the E is for exponents, the P is for parentheses, the E is for exponents. And E for dividing. The whole thing goes now like this. P is for parentheses, E is for exponents, and this multiply, E is divide. Tell your neighbor about the 4 steps so far in the order of operation. Okay.
All right, so what is happening in this class? It's yes, whole brain teaching or power teaching. What do you realize? The students are doing what she tells them to do. Not only that, they are doing it the way she tells them to do it. And whenever she says something, they repeat it the way she says it, right? So they are little guinea pigs. They are little what I should say, but they are following diligently. And notice she says teach, And so they turn and they talk to whoever is beside them. It's not a matter of, let me just show you something.
Tell me what the A might possibly stand for?
Oh, do you see that boy with the ponytail thing at the back of his head?
Now you're going to find out.
Yeah, the one at the front. Just look at him.
You know the complete order of operations.
You notice? Or do you notice he does not have a partner? He's really talking to the back of the student. Right. So it's not a matter of they want right. It's not that they need to get a response from each other. It's really just repetition for them to remember what she's doing or what she's saying. Right? Let me just play just a little bit more.
Yes. Now I know you're supposed to be excited, but I don't see people using gestures. You know what that means? Uh-oh. Give me a good mighty groan. Oh. Now, should we give him another chance? Yes. Okay. Let's run through the order of operations again. The whole thing like this. E is for emergency. E is for emergency. M is for multiply. D is for divide. A is for adding. And S is for subtracting. Tell your neighbor the entire order of the operations and tell them how excited you are to know it. Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna stop it right there. All right, so just give me some feedback as to what you think of this video. Note, this is a primary school. This is grade 6. But what do you think? What do you think of the video? Just give me your opinion. Because does it seem to be working? Do you think it's effective? Do you think? All right, Courtney, I'm going to start with you and tell me what you think and how do you think we could use this in a Caribbean classroom, etc.
Well, apart from not hearing well what is the students were really saying, I assume that they are repeating what she's saying, but I think that would one be of the most confusing class that I would have been in, because there you would have the situation where the students might be repeating things and they're not saying the thing correctly, and the teacher would not even be able to say what is being said correctly or not, because everybody is making noise all at once. So I don't think it's an effective strategy.
Okay. That's one person.
To follow from what Courtney has said, I would think probably after that first session, there should be an individual session where each child or a few children could be called to repeat what being said by themselves. Because really and truly, just repeating it like that, everybody together, there may be one or two children who maybe just biting their tongue, but calling them up independently after a certain time in the lesson, that could help. I think looking at it overall, it was very exciting. You could see that the children really liked the strategy, and as you just taught us, pick activities that the children would like. So I can see that the children were engaged, and they look like something good was happening.
It's that way,
which is good.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, I think to me, like Roseanne said, they were enjoying it, but I don't think it is a good strategy. Although they can use it, sometimes they can use it, especially if it's for like formulas.
Yes.
They want to learn a formula or something. They can use it, but not throughout the entire class, because I'm not seeing any engaging situation. I'm not seeing, there's no interactive sessions, nothing like that. It's just a matter of singing or repeating what she says, and that's it. So what is there to say that you learn? To me, it's like, just go home and say, well, you know, just mimic the teacher. That's what I'm seeing.
Interesting.
And I don't think it can be used here.
You don't think
I don't think it can be used there.
Why? Why? Why not?
Why? Our students get tired of the same thing over and over. They get bored very fast. Like I said, you can use it, for example, for
maybe kindergarten.
I beg your pardon?
Maybe kindergarten. Maybe basics.
Yeah, so it's things like ABC and stuff, colors, ABC, numbers, and vowels, and so on for that. But not for everything like what she was doing. The entire class was just a repetition class. That wasn't making sense.
Miss, please,
okay, Taylor wants to speak, so just let me allow Taylor to speak.
No, you're killing me. Okay. One, it can work. It has worked. Two, I was like less than 2 minutes out of the class. She don't go run the whole class like that. But I mean, they get to make noise. You know how many times in our classes we're busy telling our students, shh, quiet, quiet, shh. Now we're encouraging them to make noise. Oh my gosh, any child loves that. I've done it with 7th grade. I've done it with 11th grade power teaching. I didn't do it with the gestures, but I love that she did the gestures because it was engaging. So it wasn't just repeating. She was doing it in pieces. They did the first 2 letters, they repeat that. They added the next 2 to it. They did the 2 by itself. Added the next 2, they repeated it. Added the last 2, they repeated it. Added in gestures, and she clearly had conversation with them about how they do it, because you notice every time she said class, they would say yes in a particular way. So if she said it soft, they answered it soft. If she said class with a lilt on the end, they would say yes with a lilt on the end. When she said things like gestures, they knew what she means. When she says things like, oh, they didn't make any gestures, let me hear a big mighty groan. So they're getting in the habit of recognizing that there are times when she says something that you need to remember. She didn't, in the start of the video, she didn't have to go through, remember every time I say mighty groan, you're going to have to, it's an ongoing thing. So they're adding to their previous knowledge. I thought it was awesome. I think, well, for me personally, I have used power teaching, and it is hard for the whole class. We don't try it for the whole class. I have used it for review at the end, but it's also interesting, like she did, to introduce something. So can you imagine, like in our class yesterday, we were just learning the 5 steps for problem solving. What if we did it just to get them to remember the 5 steps? Yeah. And in between, you're doing quote unquote regular teaching things. So she did point to somebody. She did ask them something. She was explaining without the gesture. So it wasn't that it was only power teaching stuff. But I think, even without watching the entire video, that the idea was to engage all sorts of different things all at once, because that's what our children are all about now, these 21st century learners. They watch videos and they have words down the bottom, and they have another song going on and something else scrolling up on the other screen. When you look on their computer, they've got 14 different things going on at the same time. So the teaching in that particular video was I speak, you listen, repetition, making noise, gestures, adding in some preconceived things with the groaning and the smiling and the yay and the clapping, and, you know, as well as the individual, I ask you something. So they're probably learning stuff and not even realize that they're learning that. I bet you if at the end of the class you say, okay, what are the gestures again? They're going to go, okay, we just did some exercise. What are they again? But for someone in this right on the, I thought it was brilliant. I loved it. Sorry, I loved it. I totally think it can work. I wouldn't try it on a 6th form, but you know how the 10th and 11th graders want an excuse to behave childish every once in a while? That's why for graduation, you see them on the grass playing ring games and dandy shandy and all sorts of things. So, I mean, every once in a while you're throwing them or something. I think they would enjoy it.
All right, since you said that you've used power teaching, just tell me one of the class you used it and what exactly you did. Just quickly.
I used it with a 7th grade We were at the end of a 5-week module. We had just done internet stuff. We were ready to move into word processing, and I kind of wanted to revisit some of the internet things because we had started a new situation where every 5 weeks they would switch. So seeing them again, it was at the end of a 5 weeks, starting a new 5 weeks, but I hadn't seen them in 5 weeks.
Okay.
So it was kind of, remember, you're supposed to be building on this kind of thing, so that if I said to them in the word processing class, go look up so and so, they would go, Miss, where do I go? What do you mean by web browser, etc. So it was things like, okay, class, and they go, Miss, and I'd say, and they say, yes. And I'd say, class, they say, Miss. I say, okay, turn to your neighbor and tell them what the internet is. Remember our definitions and go. And they would all be talking about the internet is they're all talking together. Some of them in groups because the person who's normally beside them was sick that day. And I would say class and miss. So we go through different definitions instead of going, who remembers what the internet is? Jolene? Marcio, who remembers? Sit, which would have taken forever. People would have been asleep. If you guess what's the next topic. I also did it with 11th grade at the end of a class where I introduced something new. And you want them to remember, you maybe gave them some assignment to go home and do. And at the end of the class, I say, okay, while you're packing up, let's do a little power teaching. Today we learned about, so it's very simple things. It's just for the lesson plans we do at my school, we're required to put in key terms or concepts for each class. So it's just review what are those. And sometimes it's simple things. Name one difference between two things, or let's say there are 4 things. One of them is so and so and so. What are the other 3? And they're just turning to each other, reminding each other what stuff is as they're getting ready to go through the door. So that's what I did.
Okay. All right. I hope that was helpful. Next on, it is Camille.berry02 at uemona.edu.jm. I will type it in the chat.
That's all right.
Okay, all right. Good. All right. I didn't hear from Jessica or Dana or nor Dexter. Just give me a quick opinion on the class. You think it was effective? Just something quickly. Go ahead, you muted your mic. Yes, just.
Okay, yes. I think it could be effective for certain things because even as adults, there are certain things that they ask us to repeat when we're in primary school, and as of today, we still remember those things. So I think it could be effective for certain things. Like Ophelia said, things like formulas. If you want them to learn certain steps in a process, you can use the power teaching to do that. And it looks like fun. The students are going to enjoy it.
Okay. All right, Dana?
I think it could work for certain subjects where you have recollection, where you have to do like definitions and formulas, and there's going to be a teaching method that you could do. I wasn't hearing exactly what the video was, what the students were saying, but they looked like they were enjoying it, and it was very interactive. So I guess, like Jessica said, there are certain things that you were taught how to say in primary school, like your primary school times table and stuff like that. So I think in issues like that, it could really work to help the students get the information.
Okay. All right, and next on quickly.
It's interesting. I think it would work best with some of my students more than others. I have done similar things, not exactly. I find that kind of excitement, it really encourages learning. And when students, they want to participate, their interest is piqued. So I didn't really hear all or see all of it, but it's interesting. I would definitely try for some of my students.
Okay. All right. All right. So I think you should knock it until you try it. It might, as Taylor said, she has used it and she's used it for grade 7. Which that bunch of students are just coming fresh and they're excitable, and they're the ones that you say, oh, you can mold them. And then the 11th graders, she's used it also, but maybe not as with all of those trimmings that you see in the video, but she's used it in some way with her 11th graders as a part of her revision. So it can be done. What you need to realize or recognize is what exactly, it seems like confusion, as Courtney says, but at the end of the day, I do think that if not all students, majority of them will remember what they're doing, because as Taylor said, she starts with 2, then she adds on 2, and she adds on the other 2. So they build, and that's part of what we call scaffolding. She's building on that. And also, along with them saying it over and over, she's adding gestures. And if you look at Dale's cone of experiences, let me see if I can find one to Dale's cone of experiences, you will realize that students, they remember more if they're involved, and so you try to involve them as much as possible. I'm going to share. Let me see if I can share this with you. Okay, so you should be able to see. An image. I need to scroll. Hope you can see all of it. So it says people generally remember, and it shows the percentage on the left-hand side. And it says people are able to, and the learning outcomes. But I want you to pay attention to, in the middle, what is happening and the related percentage of what they would remember. So if you see at the top where it says read, they remember 10% of what they read. Here, they remember 20% of what they hear. If they view images or watch video, they remember 30% of what they see. If they attend an exhibit or site or watch a demonstration, 50% of what they hear and see. But to participate, if they participate in hands-on workshop or design collaborative lessons, then they will remember 70% of what they say and write. So you notice it's and. If they do both, that will help them to remember more. And if they simulate or model a real experience or design/perform a presentation, then they will remember 90% of what they do. So this again, all of this is to support what we're saying, that these are the kinds of lessons that we need to put together to allow the students to help them to remember what you have taught. Okay? All right. Is there anything you want to add, note? No? All right. So let me proceed then. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ophelia.
The thing you just showed, Dale's whatever.
Dale's code of experience.
Yes. Do you have it in Orville?
If I have it, okay. I can place the link. Let me just give you the link to this here. You'll find different. I'm going to place it in the chat now.
Okay.
I always try to share this because it's very interesting. When we do something, the whole point of it is that we want the students to remember it. And if we bear this in mind, we find that you will find yourself trying to do more instead of saying. Okay? So I placed the link. I placed the link there. All right, so here's your activity. All right, so you are going to be assigned a teaching method And you are going to select a topic. Remember, we work within units 2 and 3. You select a topic, and then you are going to plan your activity as individuals. You are going to deliver your activity, and we're going to participate as if we are your students. So yes, you're doing somewhat of a micro-teaching experience, right? All right, so I have my topics listed, and I am going to let me go in. I'm just going to assign you based on your name, your first name, in alphabetical order. So there is no preference here. So we start with, it's Courtney.
Courtney is saying no like a crazy person. Yes.
And then it's Dexton. Sorry, it's Dana. And then it's Dexton. Then it's Jessica. Then we have Ophelia. Roslyn. And Thalia.
Yay.
Did I assign everybody? All right, so it's not, I mean, you can go in any order. I just written you beside a teaching method. So now I'm going to tell you what method you got. So Courtney, you got inquiry-based learning. Inquiry-based learning. Dana, you got problem solving or problem-based learning. Dexton, you got gaming. Jessica, you have cooperative learning, but there's a specific type of cooperative learning called jigsaw puzzle or jigsaw cooperative learning. I want you to utilize that one. Ophelia, you have demonstration. Roslyn, you got discussion. And Thalia, you got simulation. All right, so are you clear on what?
One more time.
Okay, just explain what we do. All right, 1 second, let me. All right, let me go again. I've assigned you a method of teaching. You are going to select a topic or an objective from the unit 2 or 3. It doesn't matter if different persons are doing the same topic. It doesn't matter. You just select one that you think you can use that method of teaching for, okay? And then you plan your activity to deliver the content or to do whatever it is as it relates to that particular topic. So it's a part of a lesson. You're going to plan your activity for as if you're going to teach. And it must portray or it must be a part of how you would use that method. Let me rephrase that. You must use that particular method then to deliver whatever it is you're doing. So it must show that it's problem solving or problem based. It must show that it's cooperative learning. It must show that it is a simulation or a demonstration or a discussion. Okay, is that clearer? Courtney looks stressed. Okay, you're good. All right. All right, so I'm going to ask you to go ahead and start putting that together.
How many minutes are you allotting for this activity?
All right. Oh, you mean for you to the actual doing?
Yes.
I,
And preparing.
and to prepare.
Preparation. Yes.
All right. You will get your break, although your break is really not for that. We can start now. You have less than 15 minutes. You have 12 minutes to break. So you can take 12 minutes to start preparing. I can give you another few minutes when you get back to finish it up. I don't think each person should go beyond 5 to 10 minutes. I said 5 to 10, lean more towards the 5. Okay, so try not to be too long. Because I know when you're preparing for 5 minutes, it can take some time to put together something that will last 5 minutes. So don't be too long. Okay? Is that clear, Dexter?
Sure. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, so go ahead and start preparing that. Remember, you're not just going to tell us about it, you're going to actually do it, and we are going to participate as if we are students. I see Rosalind smiling. That's a positive thing. I like that. All right, so it's time for your break. So we are going to break for half an hour, and then I'm sure some of you probably will work on it while during your break. So I will allow you to break now, and then we'll come back at 11:30, 12:30 your time for some of you, and we will continue. Okay?
Okay, Miss.
Okay then. I'll see you shortly.
Miss, what time will go up until today?
Well, technically 1:30, because when we come back at 11:30, we do 2 hours, go to 1:30, and then we call it a day because we would have ended at 2. So we take 2 half-an-hour breaks instead of a 1-hour break. All right, so I'll see you shortly. All right, I'm seeing one person. Is everybody else back? Okay, show of hands if you were able to complete the activity. Were you able to work on it? Were you able to complete it? Just one person? Halfway? Is that halfway, Courtney? Yeah? Okay. Dana, were you able to complete it? No? That's a I don't know. I'm not sure what you're saying.
I don't know because I don't know what I'm doing.
You don't know what you're doing. Okay, that sounds interesting. Your topic was problem solving.
Yes.
Okay.
And I tried something. I don't know whether you would consider it whether it would be considered.
Okay.
Just let me fine tune and stuff.
All right. So all right, fine tune it, no problem, and then you can share it. All right. I'm going to give you. Yes. Go ahead.
Well, mine is inquiry-based learning.
Yes.
I think I'm okay up to the point of the question, the hypothesis. But is it that, because this is an experimental design, in this space, do I like just pose a particular problem, and then that would be the gathering for the experimental design, or is that the area that I'm not too sure about?
Okay. All right. Well, you present to the students what they want, what area or what topic or what item they want them to find information on. So that is where it starts. Okay. And then the hypothesis, well, they would come up with their own ideas and thoughts on that particular question or whatever it is topic that you've placed or you've put forth to them. And then they go through and they find the information through experiment. As I mentioned earlier, it really is it resembles a lot the process that we go through when we are doing our research. So if you've done a research paper, you'll recognize that it's quite similar, that you have to collect data, analyze the data, come to conclusions and present it and so on and so forth, right? So it's similar to that. So you pose the question to them, whatever the topic is, whatever it is you want them to find information on, and then you guide them in the process from there. They are doing it, you are guiding them. Okay, think you can work with that? All right, so.
I think I'm 3/4 ready now.
3/4 already. All right, so I'm going to give you, is 10 more minutes okay? 10 more, all right, so I'll give you 10 more minutes to just wrap up, and then we are going to ask you to present. I don't see Dexton, but I'm going to assume Dexton is hearing me. Assume that Rosalind is also hearing me.
Yes, I'm hearing.
Okay, then. All right, so 10 more minutes.
Yes, I'm going to what format you want this to be. Like a lesson plan.
No, I don't need a lesson plan.
So long as you don't,
I don't need a lesson plan because I don't need the entire thing. I just need one, just a part of your, as if you were doing. Okay.
It's like when you read it, it makes sense, but it's like what I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, are we ready now? Okay, I see a thumb up from Courtney. All right, what I've done, I've placed a short feedback form, just 3 questions in the container. If you refresh your page, it's in EDIT 5004 container, and it says feedback form for class activity. At the end of each activity, I want each of you that participated as a student to just go in and complete it. Just to give feedback on the activity, okay? I will share it with everyone when you're finished. It doesn't ask for your name, so we won't know that Courtney said X or Ophelia said Y. It doesn't ask for your name. We'll just share it at the end of it. All right. Should I ask you to go in any particular order, or you will volunteer yourselves? Oh, Courtney wants to go first, but I'm not seeing Rosalind. Are you there, Rosalind?
Hello, yes, Miss, I'm there. I'm just trying to complete.
Okay, you're trying to complete. All right. Okay, let me just give you a minute.
What is the name of the container?
EDIT 5004, not the meta container.
Mm-hmm.
The other container, not the meta container.
So what is it named as, the form?
It's at the top and it's called feedback form. Sorry, let me make sure that it. Oh, it is there. Yes, feedback form for class activity.
So we choose who's our student list?
No, everybody. Someone's rooster just woke up.
Yeah. She's like, hey, how you doing?
All right, so Courtney, you're going to go first, and we will all be your student.
Well, I opted to go first because I think I don't know what I'm doing, so easier ways to get the weight off first and then less pressing. All right, so I did a little PowerPoint thing. I'm not sure if what is required is what's needed, but I'm going to share it nonetheless.
Okay.
Share screen. Right, so hopefully everybody is seeing that. I have here teaching problem solving and program design using inquiry-based learning. That's the method that I got to use. And basically, because it wasn't a part of the original thing, and I wanted to go into what the inquiry-based thing based on the steps that you gave us earlier, which are questions, hypotheses, experimental design, analyze data, reach conclusion, and then communicate the results. I basically chose to ask first, wow, why is this thing not moving? Oh, good. So I started out by giving a brief definition of an algorithm. Say that an algorithm is a set of instructions that leads to a predictable result. Most people encounter algorithm in every day. The question that I asked the students and foster their thinking or so on is, why do we need, that should be need or not needs? why do we need algorithms? And then, of course, naturally, they will come up with a myriad of different reasons why we need algorithms based on the previous learning that they would have had from the other topics of what algorithm is, etc., etc. So the area that I chose at the top for the unit, the objective was explain the concept of algorithm. So I'll go back to that just a second because I didn't say it earlier. So the hypothesis that I would throw out is that everything that we do in life follows an algorithm. Do you agree or disagree? And that now will leave the students to go along and basically participate in the activity. And I don't know if I should be inviting you guys at this stage. my apologies. Since Miss did say it was a micro teaching thing, I realized I wasn't inviting. So probably I should go back and ask you the questions. Why do we need algorithms? Anybody? Based on what we said earlier that an algorithm was.
To do things correctly, sir. Me, sir. Sir.
Go ahead, Taylor.
Do things correctly, sir.
To do things correctly. Anybody else agree or disagree with Taylor?
I agree with Taylor.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Ophelia.
Go ahead, Rosalie.
No, I was gonna say yes, I agree, because basically I think that the algorithm, these are steps that you follow. So I would say they serve as a guide, you know, towards really solving that problem.
Okay. Yes, Ophelia. You can go ahead now.
Yes. I was just saying yes, I agree with her.
Okay. All right. So everybody basically agrees with the concept that we need. So given the answers earlier, the hypothesis is that everything that we do in life follows an algorithm. Is this true or is this false?
It's true.
Does anyone disagree with this? So we all agree that.
Sir.
Yes, Taylor, go ahead.
What if you're just relaxing, sir? You don't want to follow any guidelines, sir? What if, sir, you're baking a cake, but you don't want to follow a recipe, sir?
What if? All right, so that's where you are going to know. So this is the hypothesis that everything in life follows an algorithm. So you are going to tell me whether that is the case or that isn't the case. So the experiment that I want you to do now is to think of something, an activity. Well, Miss did say no more than 5 minutes, so let's think of a quick one. And I probably ask two persons to share. Preferably one who agrees and one that disagrees. So want to have both thoughts here. So think of something that you do on a regular basis, and based on your hypothesis, which is everything does not follow an algorithm or everything follows an algorithm, you're going to list out those activities based on some steps that you would follow or not follow, whichever way you take it. Where you're going to write down what you would normally do to fulfill that particular activity. So everybody can think about that in the meantime. And then, having done that, you will be now asked to analyze what you did and use those same steps that you write down. Write down 3 things. Why do you think these steps are needed? Or if they are not needed, if that is the case. Can you do one step without doing the others to achieve the objective of what you wanted to do? And what have you observed from doing this activity? So let me give everybody about 3 minutes. Is that an adequate time?
Yes, sir.
All right, so 3 minutes, and then we'll ask 2 persons just to say what it is that they have gathered from that. So it's now 11:57 on my time. By 12 o'clock, we should be finished with that activity. One minute to go. Okay, is everybody finished by now? Volunteers, 1 person that preferably disagrees and 1 that agrees with the hypothesis. So that would help to cement what you do or not. And based on that, after that, we'll go into. So who is volunteering? Dana, go ahead.
Let me try out.
So you're going to state whether you agree or disagree.
Yeah, I agreed because I was the one who said that I agree that the algorithm is a set of steps, okay, that you would follow. Say for instance, I'm supposed to state the problem, right?
Yeah. So
okay. You're making peanut butter sandwiches. Okay, so you have your steps that you are going to follow in order for you to get your output, right? Do I have to repeat the steps?
Yeah, I don't know what your step is. That's the experiment. So you are going to show me what your experiment.
First of all, I would collect all my ingredients from the cupboard, the fridge, wherever. And then I would get my bread. And then I would open the peanut butter jar and get a knife and then get the bread and paste it on. Okay. And of course, I would get a plate and serve my sandwich on. Persons might do it differently. I think the steps are needed because if I did not open the jar, well, I'm taking an example of a step. If I didn't open the jar, then I wouldn't get the peanut butter to put on the bread. Okay.
Go ahead, Dana.
I do not think that one step can be done without the other because it's a sequence of things. It's a sequence that you're following. So you depend on a logical set of steps. So you depend on the first step, the second step, in order for you to get your sandwich. I don't know if I'm clear. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I like it. And that's a simple one. And
very simple, because we only had 5 minutes. Okay, so
right.
If you don't follow the steps, that means you might not get the correct output. The sandwich wouldn't be thin. So how would I get the peanut butter out of the jar? How would I put it on the bread and stuff? So it's something that you would follow in order for you to get something.
Right. So what you have noticed then, based on your thing, that even though before now, you may not have structurally thought about it as an algorithm, but you're really following a set of steps and procedure in order to accomplish your task. Because, for example, you can't put the peanut butter on the bread bag. You have to take the bread out of the bag.
You have to take the bread out of the bag, exactly. So you cannot get the peanut butter out of the jar unless you open it. Okay, so there is sequence. It's a sequence. You have to follow.
All right, thanks, Dana.
Okay, it's just like getting ready for school. Like Miss said yesterday, you wouldn't put on your clothes and then go and shower. There are certain things that you need to follow in order for you to get ready. Okay.
Okay.
So that was my.
And sir.
Yes, Rosalind.
So, do I necessarily have to have a knife to take off the peanut butter? Can't I use my finger?
Yes.
Like I said, Rosalind, everybody is different, so I don't know how you do it, but this is how I would have done it.
But what is important, though, Rosalind, is that you first would have to open the jar, and you'd have to still get the bread. So the question is, can you do a particular, so what you're talking about is a particular method, but the sequence of accomplishing making the peanut butter sandwich still follows the same part. So whether you use a knife, a spoon, your finger, or one stick from outside.
You still have to open the jar.
You still have to open the jar, you still have to get the ingredient from the fridge or the cupboard, and you still have to get the bread out the bag. All right, I think Taylor was one person that said that she disagreed based on that. So let's hear Taylor hypothesis of why she disagreed.
When you have to cook eggs. And at first I was saying that you cook eggs, but you cook eggs all sorts of different ways. So you're not going to follow the steps. I could get up today and decide I want to fling the eggs in a dish and microwave it and put it to bread. Or I could get up another day and want to fry it. But then, sir, when I did what you said to write down the steps, I realized that it's just going to be specific steps for the specific way that you make your eggs. So, sir, I proved that my hypothesis is wrong.
Okay. Wonderful. So we can move to our conclusion then. So what have we concluded in class? And Taylor agrees that, so your hypothesis before is the test, and her test was that it doesn't occur that you need an algorithm for everything in life. But then when she wrote down her steps, she basically found out that that was indeed not the case. So the last part of it would be, does this support your hypothesis? So if your hypothesis come up with, say, it doesn't, but when you do the experiment, the test prove otherwise, then it means that your hypothesis was incorrect. And of such, you would have to reorganize. And everybody have already justified their answers, so I think that ends my presentation. That's it for me, miss. I don't know how I did, but that's what I could do.
All right, thank you. Quickly, just go to the form. I'm gonna say some things. You just go to the form, each of you. Click on the link. It's 3 questions, 3 simple questions. Just submit, type in, make sure you put in Courtney's name. I don't want your name. I want the person who would have presented. So you put Courtney's name and then you answer the other 2 questions. And then you submit the form. Okay?
Miss,
yes.
Miss, quickly, what method or strategy Courtney was using?
Inquiry. Inquiry-based learning. All right, Courtney, at first when you started off, I didn't think that it would be something, the way you started off, it wouldn't seem like inquiry-based learning. Towards the end, I saw the tenets or the characteristics of this particular method coming out. I think you did fairly well. The fact though that you had a close-ended question for them to answer, I didn't particularly like that, because it was a yes or no question, as opposed to persons finding different possible answers to the question that you pose. So I would prefer you next time using something open-ended, so that they can give different answers. But I did see you coming out. They had to go and try particular things, do the experiment in their own way, to be able to answer the question. So I think overall it was good. It came together in the latter part of it, but it was good. All right. Who is going next?
Let me just go next and just finish with that.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. All right. I need to share my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, did everybody complete the form?
No, I'm not through yet. So I
Okay.
guess let me complete it and then I'll go after somebody else.
I just wanted it just quickly. That's why I just put pretty much.
Did I self-evaluate myself? Yes, I don't know.
What? Should I still share or what?
Yes, Rosalind.
Okay.
Courtney, I don't want
I
you
haven't
to
done it
evaluate. I don't want you to evaluate.
Oops, don't look at this. Oh my God.
So you know what Rosalind thought about your session.
Okay, I'm not done.
Okay.
So don't think anything. Okay, I have a discussion.
Mhm.
All right, a discussion here, and I've chosen a discussion on the steps in problem solving. And the way I'm going to have that discussion is in the form of a radio call-in program. So in that case, I'll be the host, but I want 2 or 3 volunteers to be special guests on my radio program.
Taylor is volunteering.
Yes, Taylor, for sure. I want you because the guests have to be knowledgeable on the subject.
Okay.
Okay, I want somebody else. Okay, then I'm gonna pick somebody then. Anybody else? Okay. Courtney, I do not want to put you on the spot, but well, okay, I'll give Courtney a break. My friend Dexter, are you there? Dexter? Oh God, Dexter isn't there. So I'm gonna go back to Courtney.
Why don't you choose? Okay.
Yes. Miss, can I choose you too?
No, I observe.
Okay. Well, basically, so I have Courtney and Talia. You are my guests, and the rest of you all, I expect you to pay attention and to call in. So if you're calling in, you just say ring ring, and we will answer the phone. Before I begin the session, I'm going to give each of you this sheet of paper. It's an activity sheet where each child will be given that sheet, and you will pay attention, try to capture or note any question that have been asked, and also answers that have been given to the questions. And at the end, you're going to write a description of your individual participation. So I expect everybody to be paying attention. Any questions? Any questions so far? Class, any questions?
No, miss.
Okay.
Yes, no, miss, we're good.
All right. So then, First, I'm going to present this sheet with information to everyone. It's information as it relates to problem solving, the purpose of problem solving, definition, key points as it relates to the function, basic steps in the problem solving. Okay, so in that way, everybody is able to see or hold the content in their hand. So from the content, you are free to ask, particular questions to the guests. I'm just going a little bit quickly because I want to get to some of the main questions that we will be looking at for our discussion. Questions. Good. So at this point, I'm going to welcome my guests. Hello, everyone. This is DBS Radio, and once again, we have our session, Talking Points. Today with us, we'll be focusing on problem solving, and today we have two wonderful guests, Courtney, all the way from Jamaica, and Talia, all the way from the United States.
Hello, everybody.
Can you greet or say hello to our listeners?
Hello, good day. I'm Courtney from Jamaica, man.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? United States. I'm Professor Thalia Batchelor. It's nice to be here on your program.
Okay. Wow. It's so interesting. Thank you for taking time off from your busy schedule and being here to educate our listening audience on the topic problem solving. So we'll begin with the first question. Basically, what really is problem solving? Can we begin with Talia?
Sure, no problem. Here in the United States, sometimes we have ranchers and cowboys, and they have all sorts of problems. They need to catch the calf, and they might need to get those gosh darn chickens out of the hen house, and they have to figure out how they're going to establish this. It may be a problematic issue. There may be weather issues. So basically, problem solving is looking at the situation in which you want to get done and figuring out how you're going to do it. You have to think about it a little, and you have to talk about it with some people. They can't just dash out in a hailstorm or in a tornado and decide they're going to grab up the nearest chicken. Chicken might be sick. It might be rainy. The hen house might be recently moved to another location. So basically, problem solving is all about looking at the situation, thinking about it, talking about it, and figuring out how you want to get whatever it is you want to get done. It could be barbecuing ribs. It could be catching sick hens, whatever,
Yes, thank you very much, Miss Talia. And even while we are on what really problem solving is all about, I would like to touch a little on the term algorithm, because I think this term has quite a bit, or it's very important to the whole topic discussion. Mr. Courtney, would you like to touch on this, or Talia, would you like to continue?
All right, I'll take that, Miss Roslyn Matthews. Yes, algorithm is very important, because a lot of times we don't really like to follow rules and regulations in Jamaica. It is said that Jamaica people tends to be disorderly. And you see, algorithms are a set of rules and instructions that we follow to get things done. So it means that if you are going into the bus, you need to wait your turn. You don't just push down everybody and try to go in the bus. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
So algorithms are instructions and rules and principles and guidelines that we use to solve a particular problem.
Okay, thank you very much. And even as we're focusing on problem solving, and it is so important to have the rules, the specified rules to be followed in solving problems, because we do not want chaos. Thank you very much, Mr. Courtney. Talia, could you share with our listeners, basically, the whole importance of problem solving? You know, there are persons who they are faced with issues and they turn to alcohol, they turn to prostitution, they turn to drugs. You know, they don't necessarily want to face that whole problem solving issue. So, is it important? Is problem solving important? How important is it?
Very, very important. What I want to say is that for problem solving, you really have to look at your particular situation. So let's say you're having trouble at home. It's not that you pick up the first self-help book and it will speak directly to your situation. No, you have to think about or talk about, as I said before, your particular situation and determine what it is you want to do. Because if you follow someone else's algorithm, it may not apply to your problem. So problem solving says that you follow these specific steps, and then you're going to come up with the algorithm that suits that particular problem. You know, as Mr. Courtney said, if you want to go on the bus, you're not going to push. You're also not going to take out the keys for your car because you determined that you need to take the bus. You're not going to find the prime meat that you want to barbecue because your problem is not barbecuing, it's getting on the bus. So it's very important.
Excellent. Excellent. And students, listeners, I hope you are paying attention. You are free to interject at any time. Call on, make a comment, call on, ask a question. All right. We are moving on. Any caller on the phone?
You know, if I could interject, I'm really excited and anxious to hear from your callers. I imagine that maybe they wanted, you know, to apply these things to their own specific tasks. You know, I remember when I was in school so very long ago, sometimes you want to ask, how do you tackle an exam? How do you know which question to answer first? And that requires some problem solving as well. So I'm anxious to hear from you loners. Please call in, you listeners, you learning listeners.
Yes, listeners, audience.
All right, just take one. Just take one caller. You're going over time.
Yes, caller. One caller.
Yes, Rosalind. What if you do not follow the steps? What will happen?
Okay.
Good question.
Who's taking this question?
Mr. Courtney, you want to try that one? Well, yes, go ahead.
Well, you know, if you don't follow the steps, then you might end up hurting yourself. Think about trying to climb the stairs and don't use the rail. You might slip and twist your ankle, right? So that is why we use steps in life, you know, because they help us to protect us from going into problems. So I would say it is very important that you follow steps and principles.
If I piggyback on that, I totally agree. Imagine, if you will, for a moment, an alien just landed from outer space, hasn't had our experiences, hasn't been practicing to do things a certain way, and wants to, you finally got him to take a nap, and he needs to get up for the nap. He doesn't know how to control his arms, his legs, and the cover should come off of you before you try to stand. And there you are in the middle of your living room, and you've got this bumbling, blubbling mess of a green man tangled up in pillows and sheets and cushions, and it's a total mess, you know? So you've got to follow those steps. Those steps are very important. All sorts of chaos takes place if you don't.
Ring.
Yes, go ahead. Call on the line. Thank you for calling.
Hi, very interesting program. How do you know what steps to follow? How do you know how to solve that problem that you have?
How do you know how to solve that problem that you have? Any, Courtney, Talia?
Well, I think I'll take that one. How do you know which steps? Well, there are a set of steps that you follow for problem solving, and they're very general steps. For instance, the first thing you have to do is you have to define the problem. You can't just say, well, I'm going to throw a bunch of things at it and that's going to solve it, because you need to, as I said, think about and talk about what it is you want to do. So the problem, quote unquote, is what you want to do. Do you want to cook eggs? Do you want to barbecue? Do you want to get out of bed? And then you need to analyze it. What situation am I in? Is this my own bed? Is this my sister's bed? Is this halfway across town in a hotel room? Is this away at camp? Do I have 6 pillows, 12 pillows, 8 pillows, 3 pillows? Because the situation is going to be different. And then you need to figure out, after you've analyzed the problem, you need to figure out how you can solve it. Well, by getting out of bed, I could, press my chest and say, beam me up, Scotty, and magically I'll appear out of bed. I could catapult myself out of bed. Of course, that would require a catapult. I could have some manservants come in and bodily remove me from this bed. I could get myself some way from under the covers and put myself in a standing position. Lots of solutions. Then the fourth thing you need to do is you need to figure out which one is the best solution for your situation. Do you even have manservants? No? Okay, that's not it. Scotty is nowhere around and we are not in the habit of beaming people up, so that's not it. And you go through this process of elimination until you find the one that works for you, the one that fits your budget, your time, your situation. And then you figure out how you want to convey this solution. And going through this quote-unquote best or optimal solution, you basically test it against your initial requirements, your problem, to determine if you solved all the different aspects that you needed to solve. Am I out of bed? Check. Okay, I've done it. Amazing. And that's really what you've got to do. So the 5 basic steps. You're going to, 1, define your problem. You're going to, 2, analyze your problem. You're going to, 3, figure out a bunch of solutions. Then 4, you're going to figure out which one is the best solution. You rephrase it in some way so you can follow these steps. And then lastly, you're going to justify or test your solution to make sure that it matches all the problems, all the issues that you initially identified.
Okay, thank you, Talia, and thank you, audience. We have basically come to the end of our discussion here. Just before we close, I would just like your final comment, Mr. Courtney, and Talia, just one little tiny bit, half a minute comment from each of you. Thank you.
Problem solving is a very important thing. Everybody has problem in life at some time or another. And the best way to solve your problem is to first identify that you have a problem. And as Ms. Batchelor said earlier, once you have identified that you have the problem, then you can look and see how it's best that you can go about solving it. It may mean that you have to check somebody else to help you to get that done, but problem solving is critical for every part of our lives.
Thank you very much, Ms.
I totally agree. In closing, I'd like to say that you shouldn't think of problem solving as this alien, strange, foreign thing. It's something that we do a lot of, and we don't even think about it. I mean, the first time you had to get from one position to another, and you hadn't quite figured out the walking thing yet, that was some problem solving going through your infantile mind. As a more grown person, you have all sorts of problems. What you're wearing that day, what you're going to eat for breakfast, how you're going to cook your dinner. Those are all problems and you solve them. So it's important that you encourage yourself to think critically and logically and do some problem solving. You won't be sorry.
Thank you very much, the guests. You have done a wonderful job. And to the audience, I hope that you learned something new on problem solving. And may God bless you. The end.
All right.
Music at the end. That was lovely.
Talia, thank you so much. You were a great guest. You had caught me. My goodness.
All right.
I wanted the Jamaican slang.
Oh, you wanted? Oh, okay, Courtney.
He's an expert on problem solving. Don't use slang like that.
Yeah, I know, but then I want
Yeah, man. Irie.
No, those are so outdated, Courtney. Oh gosh.
Seriously, I was sad.
All right. That was very interesting. Remember, please fill out your forms. Everybody, go on and fill out your form for Rosalind. All right. So again, that was interesting. It was long though, Rosalind. It went way over. You have to be careful of that. What I would have preferred though, yes, it was a form of discussion, but I would have preferred the students being a part of the answering process. So they were asking the questions, but they were persons, they were experts in that field answering the questions. So it's more, they were more witnessing the discussion more than participating than any. If you get what I'm saying? Yes, go ahead.
The guests would have been students.
I'm not hearing you properly.
I'm saying the guests,
Mm-hmm.
right? The guests, like Sally and Courtney, they would have been students as well.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So they would be the guests on the show, and the other students will be there as audience.
Okay, my bad. All right, so yeah. All right, so that's fine. All right, and this would fit into a regular class of how many minutes? But yeah, so it was a good activity. And I realized that you presented them with the sheet with information prior to the. All right, okay. All right, so the rest of us now, we have to kind of cram it into the 5 minutes. We see how we can utilize. Oh, you do have time. All right, so we have 5 more persons. And is anybody going to volunteer?
I'll volunteer.
Can I go?
I
so before you dinner.
Wait, everybody wants to go now.
Yeah, not yet. Let me go because I know you're all putting me in the shame.
All right, do your thing.
I'm embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed to present mine.
But you're eager, embarrassed and eager. All right, so who is going to go first?
I thought Dana was going.
Dana will go.
Okay, all right, Dana.
So I had to do the problem-based learning. Just let me get
Okay, be mindful.
Pardon me?
Go ahead. I was going to remind you to be mindful of the time.
Yes, so mine is very short actually. That's why I said I would go because I didn't want elaborating, but then the problem is on the screen. So basically, the other two groups spoke about algorithms, so I won't go ahead and define it. But then the problem is that there's an emergency in the school, the alarm bells are ringing, and you and the students are in a room where you need to get out immediately. Only to realize that when you open the door that it is either locked or jammed, and the bunch of keys that you have, they're not actually labeled. So you do not know which key would open the door to get you out. So what I was just asking is that, what is the steps that you take to solve the problem? Is that okay, class?
Yes. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's the problem-based. It's problem-based. So.
Yeah. How long do we have for the solution?
Okay, since we do not have much time, is 5 minutes too much to get the solution?
I'm thinking.
Or if you feel free to just
Miss?
Yes, Celia.
Can only one person try it at a time, Miss? Because, Miss, what if me and Rosalind push the door, Miss?
Yeah, so you tell me how you're going to solve that problem. I'm not giving you any limits,
I'm
any
going
rate.
to tell Rosalind to come with me, and then we push our shoulder against the door, miss, because the door is
Yes, try that. But if it does not work, what are you going to do?
Well, I'm thinking I'm going to take some chair or desk in there and I'm going to hit on it. How about that?
Okay, Rosalind, what if, okay, maybe that would work. Anybody else?
Miss, can we take the keys off the bunch, miss? Can we separate the keys?
You can separate the keys, yes.
Okay, Courtney, you take some keys and try them out. Jessica, you take some more keys.
So, Miss, what is there a window? Can we go out the window?
Well, yes, we have the windows, but we have those iron X's going across them. They're not really burglar bars, but then they have this big iron. So maybe a student might be able to go through. A small one.
Miss, can we put the hand through the window and try the door from the outside, miss?
Well, yes, there's a window, so you'd probably use the
Miss, I have a panic attack.
Okay.
I need to get
Can I use my...
Yes, we have cell
Can
phones.
I use
You're
my...
now taking the cell phone.
Well,
because it's
that's
an
what I was
emergency.
about.
We're trying to get out. So by any means.
Oh, so I was just going to ask about cell phone because I could have just used my phone.
It's an emergency.
Oh,
no rules for cell phones right now. No rules for cell phone. It's an emergency. We need to get out. The alarms are ringing. Students are screaming. You are getting for. Okay, we need to get out of that room.
Well,
Miss, can I just start screaming, making noise? Fire, everybody get out.
Any means, Ophelia, any means. Try to get somebody to go.
I'm going to put Ophelia's face right at the window so she can scream and people outside can come running, miss. But I don't know if they can hear her over that bell. Miss, that alarm bell is very loud, Mrs. John.
Right. We have to get out.
Miss, bang on the door, miss.
I am banging, trying to get it out.
Door, miss. Oh my gosh. Miss, I don't know. Are we still trying the keys, miss? And none of the keys not working. Miss,
no, so what are we gonna do? Can we get
the right key?
Signal to somebody who's running by and tell them to bang, push it open, push it from the outside first to get it?
Miss, you know Dexton walk with a little screwdriver to school, you know, miss. I think we can ask Dexton to try and dig off the lock, miss.
Yeah, Dexter, I'm not going to ask why you have the screwdriver right now, but please, just do whatever you need to get it out, to get us out.
Oops, I didn't get a screwdriver today. I want to find another means.
No! Dexter, why you choose today to be a good boy? I don't understand. We're going to die here, miss. We're going to die, miss. And I'm young. I don't even live my life yet, miss. Miss, panic attack is in full swing, miss. Miss, is that smoke? I smell smoke. Miss, I smell smoke. Miss, I smell smoke.
Okay, so anybody wants to close that we finally got the door because we're for time?
Ooh. Miss, I'm glad we finally got out of the room, but boy, we had to try a lot of things before we finally found that stupid key.
So that tells us that we're not prepared for an emergency. So that is something that we have to work on.
Yes, miss.
With administration and the principal, an emergency plan, get the keys labeled, all of those things.
Miss, and make a copy.
Yes, a copy that I'll keep in my bunch, in my bunch.
Want to keep one in the room just in case, in a secret place, just for the
Great idea, Ophelia. We'll do that. So everybody will know where the secret place is.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, miss.
All right, thank you. That was short.
So was it a problem based? Was it
I am sending you a link. Well, it's for all. I wanted.
So am I supposed to evaluate myself or?
No, you don't have to.
Okay.
No, let the others do it. All right, so I sent you a list that looks at problem-based learning that I think can help you to understand, to better understand the details of what that particular type of method requires.
Thank you.
Okay, it was an interesting problem. And I like how the students, they were asking some very interesting questions as they put forth scenarios. They unfolded or unraveled additional information that they needed to solve the problem. The process, the whole scenario itself is good. I am not sure that you didn't in this instant tie it back to your topic of algorithm and steps to solve it, because there were no definitive steps outlined. There were persons, they just gave solutions. You took the solution. Some of the solutions you stated you said they couldn't work for different reasons and so on and so forth. But what you should try to do, you should try to get it along a path so that you, in all of the suggestions that were given, you guide them and you sort of outline the step along the way.
I thought about that, but then
I realized it's like you were going along and then you just chopped it somewhere and say, this is it, you know. I'm going to cut it right here. Chop right here. But you started off good and like the problem and everything is just that you need to be able to tie it back to your topic to outline the steps so that they can understand algorithms, because that is your topic. So you need to tie it back in there. So I think it was good. It was good. I know you are struggling. It was good. Just a little bit of, it needs some fine tuning. All right. Okay. Who is next?
Ophelia wanted to go.
Oh, Ophelia. All right. I see Ophelia's hand.
And then me.
All right.
I am sharing now.
Go ahead. Okay.
Okay. All right, today I have an interesting activity for you to do on the topic, the concept of algorithm. I would like you to watch a short video. I want you to be very observant about what is going on in that video, okay? Hello, is everyone with me?
Yes, miss.
Yes.
All right.
Miss, I can't hear it.
I'm hearing Ophelia. You need to check the volume on the video self. The volume on the video.
Okay.
Bring the volume up on the video.
Okay, thanks. Are you here now?
Share it again.
Are you here now?
Share it again. You stop sharing.
Sorry. You seen it?
I'm seeing your desktop. Sure.
Are you seeing it?
I'm seeing your desktop. And your address pattern. Document on a desktop. Called dress pattern. Do you want us to watch it together, or do you want to post the link so we can watch it?
You were not seeing it?
It's playing.
It shows the beginning and then a long pause, and it shows the middle, then a long pause. We're not seeing it flowing. That.
Yes.
Okay, well, let me give you the link.
Thank you, Miss.
You don't have to watch the entire thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We start at what point?
I can't remember, but I will ask you to stop when I'm ready.
The link in the chat.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. It's not even allowing me to paste AA.
Control V. Control V, Ophelia.
Yep. Okay. Oops. I don't know.
All right, Judy.
Okay.
Yes, you ready?
Yes, it went through.
All right, so we got our link here. So we are to watch the entire thing. You said no? Oh, wait.
Check to see if it works.
Oh, you pasted it several times. All right, so. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, you are watching it now? Everyone is watching it now?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to give you about less than 2 minutes.
Right hand, pick up red slice. Lower down, drop. Lower down. You want a robot to lower himself down, drop on floor.
Brilliant.
Left hand, put red slice down, full blade. Right hand, remove button leg. Good job.
He must be enjoying himself. Oh my God. I like these things.
You said on the floor. Right hand, error. Cannot compute. Cut up a slice of bread. Oh dear. Cut up a slice of bread. Cut up a slice of bread.
Okay. I would like you to stop watching it now. All right. Okay, now that you have viewed the video, I want you to tell me What did you observe about the video?
I really like that video. What I observed is that although that the concept of algorithms, everybody was given instructions, but because the instructions weren't defined clearly, then the teacher was pretending like a robot, was really just making a chaos of everything. So I think the point it's getting at is that using algorithms, you have to be very clear in your instructions as to what you want to get done.
Excellent. Excellent, Courtney. Very good. Anybody else? Okay, now what did you? Yes, Dana?
In view with Courtney, that you have to give the definitions, you have to be precise, and you have to actually tell them exactly what they're supposed to do.
Okay, very good, Dana. Now, based on the on something was being done in that video, okay, and I want you to tell me what did you observe about the preparation of whatever that was being done in the video.
The teacher's preparation, Miss?
Yes.
Well, the first thing was I said this teacher have money to waste. Buy a whole bag of bread and knife and butter and jam, because half of it going to end up on the floor or cut up or something. Needed a table so somebody could see it. And I assumed that instructions, Miss, because they weren't all shouting things they weren't all shouting things at the same time. They were talking one at a time.
No, all right. Why do you think this happened?
I think he told them to give him instructions. This is what I think. And they gave him the instructions thinking that it was clear to them, but he wanted to show them that it's not as clear as they thought.
Okay, so what exactly was he trying to do?
Trying to get them to see that when you are giving instructions, they have to be precise, they have to be clear. There can't be any vagueness or ambiguity anywhere. Like when he said, when the instruction was with what was it, with your right hand open the jar. So with his right hand, he tried to open the jar, but it was just spinning because they never said to hold the jar with the left hand to offer resistance.
Okay, now was there a problem?
Yes, Miss, there were several problems.
Yeah. Can you identify one? Or the main problem, I should say?
Can I ask a classmate for help?
No problem.
I'll help you.
Thank you.
The instructions were not clear. So that was the main problem. The instructions were not clear.
Okay, but what was he trying to do? That gentleman, what was he trying to do? Because he had a whole set of things in his hand.
He was trying to make a sandwich.
Wonderful.
But then he was using the instructions that the students gave. But they didn't give the instructions correctly. They were not too clear. So I guess he demonstrated to them that you must, in order for you to have the algorithm, you're supposed to have it, the steps are supposed to be precise and it's supposed to be clear so you know exactly what to do.
Okay, now can anyone give me some instructions as to, some basic instructions, about 5 steps as to how he should have done the sandwich, the jam sandwich?
Well, Miss, he needs to take out the 2 slices of bread and put them beside each other on a plate.
Very good. Let's go.
And then take up the knife with one hand. No, put down the knife. Open both of the containers, the jar, the 2 free hands and the butter, and then take up the knife. And what next, Courtney?
I guess use one hand to hold the container that is taken, whether it's the butter or the jam from, and with the other hand with the knife, he's going to take a scoop or a slice of butter, whatever, and apply it to one side of the bread.
But
Okay.
Miss, remember in the video he tried that, and without using the other hand to steady the bread and the knife went all over the place, all over the table, all over the floor.
So what may have been the problem?
Well,
What do you think?
Of the jar with the butter or the jam, you use that free hand and hold the plate or the bread.
Hold the bread. Right.
Wonderful. Now, yes, Roslyn?
Yes, I was saying, after he scoop up the butter or the jam, he's supposed to put it down, hold that scoop, that knife with the scoop of jam in one hand, right? And hold the bread in the one slice of bread in the other hand, and then he pastes, right? Then he puts down that knife. Then he takes the next side of the bread, put it on the one that he just pasted, right? And then he puts his sandwich in a plate, and he enjoys.
Very good, Roslyn. Now, based on what you've given me, I realize that you gave me steps in a sequence form.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Wonderful. But did he use any sequence?
Well, he did not use any sequence because the students they were not giving him the steps.
Wonderful. So which one do you think is right? Your steps, your sequence, or his?
His or theirs? Well,
yours.
When you say, well, you're talking
or
about
what
the
you
ours,
gave me.
Ours is right.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yours is right. Okay. So what you have just learned is that in order to do anything, you need to follow steps. Okay, you need to follow guidelines, and it has to be in a sequential form, or else there will be chaos like what you saw in the video, right? Hello?
It's right.
Yes, miss.
Okay. Now, wonderful. Now, similarly, in writing a program, you plan the steps. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, good. You plan the steps to be performed to achieve the desired goals. All right? And we can see that an algorithm is a finite set of instructions to be followed to achieve the desired results. Any question?
No questions.
All right. This is the end.
Okay. All right, thank you. That was an interesting video. I like it because the teacher was there, making a fool of himself, yes, but he had the attention of the students, and the students were participating. So it was good, and the demonstration was the giving of instructions for the teacher to follow, which is what you were focusing on based on your topic of algorithms. It was good, and you asked your questions afterward. The only thing is that when you said that their sequence of steps were right as opposed to the student sequence of steps, the thing is, and I heard somebody mention something else also, they can be done in several ways. It might not be, normally there's no one way, normally. There is no one way to do something. There are several ways. And as I said, there are several ways to skin a cat. But what you focus on, or maybe what you are saying in terms of being right, is that the method or the steps that your student, Ophelia, gave were steps that are being most effective or efficient. So those are the terms that we use, effective or efficient. So it's not a matter of right or wrong. It can be done several ways, but it works out better, or saves time, or it's shorter, or fewer steps and so on. So you can utilize those terms instead of saying right or wrong. Okay? I'm not seeing Ophelia. I don't know where Ophelia went, but I hope she heard me.
I am there. I heard everything.
Okay.
I am there. Just search for.
Okay. All right. So who is next?
Me, miss.
All right. So Taylor is going next. Please just take a couple seconds and evaluate Ophelia.
Ready? Okay, so this is in the middle of the class and we've done we're in the middle of the class and it's not the introduction to programming or the introduction to Pascal. Okay, all right. Okay, class, so I'm going to give you egg carton, okay? See the egg carton in my hand? You see it? You see it? You see it? Okay, good. This carton holds eggs and all the eggs look the same and all the eggs feel the same. There are no square-shaped eggs. No, there are no eggs that feel like a block of wood, right? Okay, lovely, wonderful. Moving now. Empty carton. This carton is a holding place for egg-shaped objects. Not as good for cotton swabs or ice cubes, right? Right, class?
Right.
Okay, good, lovely, wonderful. In the same way, we're going to cut one row from this carton and we're going to give it to Ophelia. Ophelia, you have it in your hand?
Yes, I do.
Lovely, wonderful. Okay, so here is a pillbox. The pillbox has a holding place for each day of the week. How many of you have grandmas or grandpas and you've seen this at their house?
Me.
Lovely, good. Hopefully when you get older, you don't have this issue. But until then, pillbox. Some of you may use it for your vitamins, right? Right, okay. So let's say we find some teeny tiny ice cubes and we put one in each space, right? See how it's shaped? Kind of squarish, rectangularish. It's good for squarish, rectangularish things. Not so much an egg, right? Okay, let's give this line of holders to Courtney. Courtney, you holding it? Hold it good enough, don't drop it. Okay, good, lovely, wonderful. Now, I have here some small ice cubes. Well, imagine those because they would be a trippy mess and I'm not about cleaning that. And we have some plastic eggs. You see my plastic eggs? All right, now, before we put these two things together, let's take out some markers. Jessica, here's a marker. I want you to write numbers on the bottom of the pillbox. And Rosalind, here's another marker. You're going to write numbers on the egg card. What do you mean what you write? Going to write. Let's count together, children. 1, so you write down the 1. 2, you write down the 2. Rosalind, you're not writing down the 2. That's the one with the curve at the top and the line at the bottom, right? Okay, good. 3, 4, so you're writing these numbers on the bottom. Courtney, hold the pillbox good because Jessica needs to write it. She's going to use her pretty writing and write on the bottom of the pillbox. Okay. 5, 6. Lovely. Now, Jessica, you are going to have to write 7 on the last pillbox because it have one for every day of the week, right? We look at it.
Okay, ma'am.
Days of the week, class? Class, are you alive? Class?
Yes, ma'am.
7.
Yes,
Stay with me, people. Stay with me.
We're there.
All right, we are moving on. So we have some eggs, some plastic eggs. We have some ice cubes. Now, in each egg, there is a letter. I'm going to open one and show you, yes? I've got 5 eggs here, and each of them have a different letter. How many eggs with letters are there? We're going to call it. It's a new object. It's not just a plastic egg. It's an egg with letter. So how many eggs with letters do we have?
5.
5. Very good. Very good. All right. And each ice cube, we're imagining, has in it a little piece of paper that has a number on it. We're imagining we're going to look at these ice cubes. They're very cold, but you can see that there are 6 ice cubes, and the ice cubes have different numbers, and some of them have the same numbers. Everybody sees that?
Yes, me.
Okay, so we're going to put each of our eggs in our egg-shaped container, and we're going to put each of our ice cubes in our ice cube-shaped container. And when we finish putting each one in a space, we'll have some empty spaces, and that's okay. Everybody see it?
Yes,
yes. Jessica, can you close the lid on the pillboxes, please?
Yes, miss.
Ophelia, you're holding the egg carton good?
Yes,
all right, lovely. Now, in your books, tell me what is in position 1 of the egg carton. Let's open and look at the egg carton. Ophelia, point to position 1. And what is in the 4th position of the pillbox? All right. So the egg carton has the plastic eggs, and those plastic eggs have letters. You see what's in the first place?
J.
J, very good. And we see what's in which position? The 4th position. We have an ice cube that has the number
1.
All right, we are cooking with gas. Awesome. So if there's nothing in place, that's okay. So in your books again, write down what is in position 7 of the pillbox. Remember, the pillbox has the little ice cubes. See how many ice cubes there are? So what would be in the 7th position? And we want to know what is in, it's the same thing, it's a coincidence. What is in the 6th position of the egg carton? That's your hint. So whatever is in position 7 of the pillbox is the same thing in position 6 of the egg carton. See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Somebody wrote it down? You wrote it down?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the answer is
1.
what? Oh, you get 1.
6.
Come on, 6. Oh my goodness. We want to know what is in the 7th position of the pillbox. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
20.
Oh, Miss, I know. 20. 20.
All right. Okay. Clearly,
100.
clearly, I am speaking Greek. So let's look at it clearly. Okay, now hold the carton, and Courtney, you hold on to the pillbox. Now, let's with our fingers count the positions. The egg carton has how many spaces?
5.
The egg
5. Or 12.
we cut off one side.
12.
12 in all. And remember, we cut it off. You remember you watched me stand here with the
Good.
system?
12.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces. And in those 6 spaces, we put some eggs. And how many eggs did we have? 1, 2, 3, 4,
5.
5. So what's in position 6? Starts with the letter.
17.
Nothing. There is nothing in position 6. We only had 5 eggs. Let's look at the pillboxes. The pillbox has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spaces. How many ice cubes did we put in? 1,
6.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which means what's in position 7? Nothing exactly, Courtney. 0. You see, you nearly dropped the pillbox by showing me 0. You know, careful. So 0, lovely. So there is nothing in the space, and that is okay. Yes? So if nothing is in the place, I have to represent that as well. Basically, we are identifying what letter or what number is in our folder by what kind of container is it in. Is it in a space for ice cube shaped objects, or is it a container for egg shaped objects? And what position is in it, right? Class, are you awake? Right. So it depends on what kind of container it is and what position it's in, right? So
Yes.
what if I ask you to write down from the egg carton what is in position 1, then position 5, then position 4. So the egg carton, what is in position 1, then position 5, then position 4. What do you get? Anybody? Write it down. What's in position 1, then what's in position... Yes, Courtney. Ooh, super speed. Yes,
1,
Courtney.
5.
I got Jarmis.
Yeah, I got it
Courtney.
first.
Get Courtney a sticky. Courtney gets a sticky. Lovely. You want the bunny shaped one or the frog shaped one? You want the frog shaped one? I will put the frog shaped one on your paper. Very good. Very good. All right.
What about I got it.
Yes, Dano. Yes, Dano.
I got it too. I got Ja.
Oh, very good. You know, I'm going to give you a smaller smiley face. Not as big as Courtney's one because his was first. There's your smiley face. Okay, lastly, if you add what is in pillbox space 1 with what is in space 5, and then multiply the result by what is in position 3, what you get. So you add what's in position 1 to what's in position 5, and then you multiply it by what's in position 3, what you get?
60.
60, very good, Rosalind. I'm going to give you the big sparkly rainbow. There you go, there's your sticky with the big sparkly rainbow to match the top. Lovely, wonderful. So basically, we need to know the position and we need to know what kind of container we're looking at, right? Because if I ask you to look at those same positions but in a different container, we get different things, correct? Everybody with me? So what have we done? We have just simulated the use of an array. That's a new word, array. Let's read together. The last thing we're doing for this activity, let's read. I don't hear you.
In programming, a series of objects, all of which are the same size and type.
Each object in an array is called an array element. For example, you could have an array of
integers
or an array
of characters
or an
array of
anything
that
has a defined data type.
Very good. And by the way, guys, this website really good for our programming terminology. You can write that down, Webbookpedia. Not that other one with the non-experts that put things, you know, the ones that I tell you I don't like all the time, that wiki whatever foolishness. So now we're going to relate this array thing to our pillbox and to our egg carton. Okay? Yes? All right. And this is where this activity will end and we'll move into the next thing. But that is my simulation introducing arrays. The end.
All right. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I see Dana giving you a
yes, I'm getting applause. Thank
you. All right. Thank you very much. That was very lively, interactive, engaging. These are the kind of activities we need after lunch when everybody comes in and wants to put their head on the desk. It is very good. It's a very good example of simulating something. It was a very good activity, and it was within time also. So all I can say is it was a good activity. I have no faults. All right, and I saw how you were doing it. How you brought out the attributes of an array in doing the activity. Right. All right, and so we have. Are we saving? Who is going next? We have.
I'm going next.
Okay, Jessica. Next one is waiting in the somewhere there. By the way, I've put a link as I go along. I'm putting links to help you. So I've put a link that looks at simulations, how to use simulations in your lessons. Okay. So go ahead now, Jessica. You are looking at.
Maybe you could check the link because I'm clicking, but it's not opening up.
It's not? Copy.
Yeah, just check it.
The last one, just copy and paste it
all right, then.
In your browser and tell me if it works. I hope I'm not excluding anything.
Because,
Miss, you had copied it twice. Maybe that's why.
Ignore. I copied it twice, so you can ignore this. What is happening here?
I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, but lots of things. It's flickering. Is that how you designed it, or by
no? Go ahead and begin.
Yes, sure.
All right. Okay, so good morning, class. Today our topic, we are doing problem solving and program design. And the objective of our class today is to decompose a simple problem into significant parts. So we're going to look at the different parts of a problem. We have the input, we have the process, we have storage and output. Now, what I'm going to do today is to put you into groups. Now, each group is going to look at a different part of the problem, okay? When we look at, you're going to tell me what exactly is the part of a problem, and I'm going to give you a specific problem that you're going to tell me exactly what is, for example, the first group, if you're doing input, you're going to tell me what is the input in that specific group, okay? So now I'm going to go ahead and put you into groups. So the first group is going to be Dana and Courtney. And y'all are going to look at the input part of a problem. The second group is Dexter and Ophelia. You're going to look at the process. And our third group is going to be Thalia and Roslyn, and you're going to look at storage and output. Okay, so after you have explained to me what the specific part of the problem is, you're going to look at this problem and then tell me, you are going to basically decompose that problem and tell me what is the input in that specific problem, okay? So Mother's Day is coming up. Mother's Day is coming up and you want to bake a cake for your mother. So for the first group, you are going to tell me what is an input in that specific problem, okay? Any questions so far?
No, miss.
So, miss, with regards to storage and output, and the example that you gave, I would have to say probably how the cake can be stored.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes so that you can brainstorm with your partner to come up with the information, and then you are going to share it with the rest of the class. Okay? So go ahead and begin.
Roslyn, move it desk closer to mine so we can talk.
I'm chatting.
Don't want Miss to hear us. Please, Celia disturbing me.
Celia, you're too loud.
Please. If I can write notes to my team member.
Oh,
yeah. My mother sent me to learn in school. Don't disturb me, please. I want to hear my work. I want to do my work good.
Whatever.
Hey, Charles, are you going to give me some of your snack at break time?
I'm going to write it in the notes. Shh.
Okay, is everybody done? Or do you need more time?
A little more time, please, miss.
Okay, no problem. So we're done?
Yes, miss.
Okay, so are all the groups done?
Ali, are you done?
Okay. The storage team is done, miss. The storage and output team is done.
Okay, so Dana, are you all done?
Yes, miss.
Okay, and Ophelia and Dexter?
Let us say yes.
Okay.
Yes, miss, I'm done.
Okay, so we're going to present now. We have group 1 who's going to look at the input part of a problem. So go ahead.
Oh, so you want to start or me start? Okay, for the input, feel free to join in, Coach. We have bake a Mother's Day cake,
And we have the ingredients listed, which is eggs, flour, sugar, butter, baking powder, spice. Anything I list out, Courtney? Okay, that's from us. Input.
Okay, so in any problem, what is the input of a problem? Not just in the problem that I gave you, but just so that everybody understands, what is the input part of a problem in any problem?
Miss, is it the things that you put in the cake?
All right, very good. So in any problem, it is what you put into the solution of that problem, right?
Yes,
or what you put in to resolving that problem. That would be the input. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's
please.
correct, miss.
Okay, so what group one is saying, the ingredients are going to be the input of that problem, right?
Yes, miss.
Okay. All right, very good. So we're going to move on to group two. Yes, group two.
Okay. So after you've got the ingredients, you're gonna mix them. You're gonna put in all the good stuff, all the flour and the eggs, and you're gonna mix the dry ingredients with the with the dry. I think you're gonna mix all dry ingredients with itself, the wet ingredients with itself.
Very good, Courtney.
Make a good batter or something.
Excellent.
And yeah, then I'll feed it. Then you're gonna after you have all the gushy stuff in the bowl and whatever, you're gonna do what again, Ophelia? Then let us go ahead, Ophelia. You're gonna do what again?
You put it to bake.
Put it to bake. We're gonna light the oven. We're gonna
Alright, light the oven.
Yeah.
Put it to bake. It's properly baked, you can remove it. That's the finished product, the output.
Wait, Ophelia.
The oven
should
be
the process
before.
Yeah. We're gonna set the oven at the right temperature.
Yes, before.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Group two. So we have the process would be putting all the ingredients together and put it in the oven to bake it. That's very good. So that would be the process. So we're moving on to group three. Celia and Roslyn.
Yes. After you have placed the cake in the oven, when it's done, you take it out, put it to cool on a rack. And after it has been cooled, you could decorate that cake, right? And after you have decorated that cake, well, if it's time for if Mother's Day is right there, then you could just serve the cake, or what you could do if it is a day before Mother's Day or 2 days before Mother's Day, you could store the cake at an appropriate temperature in the refrigerator.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
So your output.
And so
Talia.
Sorry.
Yes, Talia. Go ahead.
The output would be the baked cake, miss, or at the end of the decorating process, the decorated cake, and you could store it on the rack when it's cooling, or in the fridge when you want to keep it for a longer day, or put it on a cake plate. You know those nice covered ones, miss, where you can see the decoration, but the flies can't pitch on it, and you put it on the table, and that would be storing your baked or your decorated cake.
Okay, very good. So we have our output and we have our storage of the cake. The whole process, everything was for us to go ahead and have a cake at the end of the day. That would be our output. And storage, we could put it on a rack to cool, we could have served it, or we could have stored it in a refrigerator. Very good. Very good. All three groups. Now, is there anybody that wants to just summarize everything that we have learned today? Put everything together, what group 1, group 2, and group 3 contributed to the class. Any volunteers? Or should I call on somebody?
Well, I think you have 4 processes to problem solving, miss. Input, processing, output, and storage. The input is what you need to solve the problem. The processing is what you do to solve the problem. The output is what's the result of the problem. And the storage is what you do with everything when you're finished.
Okay then, very good, Courtney. Okay, and I think this will be, we come to the end of my activity today.
All right. All right, so your topic, Jessica, was input process storage.
Yes.
You said significant parts of a, what was your topic?
Parts of a problem.
Significant parts of a problem.
Yes.
All right. I asked you to use the jigsaw cooperative method, but I didn't see it coming out the way it wasn't. I really didn't see it coming out. Yes, I understood that you gave each person a part, but the thing about it is that at some point in time, they need to come together. All right, so you asked one person to give an overview of what was done. All right, I've posted another link again to help you to better understand. And there's a video for you to see so that you can understand the jigsaw. It's for, if you have a large class, an example would be, okay. Yes, I understand you don't have a large class. I understand. So I understand the way you've done it, right? So in a case like this, you would have persons, so 4 persons in one group. Let me phrase that. You have four parts: input, process, storage, output, and each person in the class would be assigned a part 1 to 4, right? And let's say all the 4s would come together to look at the storage, and they would discuss storage and identify it and understand it clearer. And then what you would do, this is not just for you, because I'm sure you've done your research and you've seen what it entails. This is for everybody. And so you'll find that after all the 4s understand and all the 3s understand 2s and 1s, you switch them up. And so in each group, you'll have a 1, 2, 3, and a 4. And so it's the onus is on the individuals in the group to share what they understand on the specific areas, so that everybody in the group can have the whole picture, right? So that is the jigsaw method. Again, I sent a link so it can help you to understand it. And then this link also suggested that you do a quiz, so that you don't just do it and they just go through it because they have to go through it, but they do it with a purpose in mind. So they try to really understand it fully, okay? All right, so thanks. That probably was difficult, but thank you. You were in pairs?
Yes.
Pairs. Okay. All right, thank you very much, Jessica. And the last person, did you please evaluate Jessica? Please remember to. The last person is Mr. Gamer, Dexton. Dexton, we're not seeing.
Yes, so good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Right.
Good afternoon.
I'm kind of regretting now that I didn't jump before Jessica, because we chose the exact same topic. Nonetheless, great minds think alike, right, Jessica?
And fools seldom differ.
Yes, but great minds think alike. Yes.
But fools seldom.
All right, so let me share my screen. All right, so I'll be doing gaming, and it will be very short, very, very, very short. So we'll be out of here in no time.
Good, sir, because I'm hungry. Want some homophobia cake.
Right. So tell me when y'all see my screen.
Yes, we are.
Y'all see my screen? Okay. So, good day, students.
Good day.
Good day, sir.
All right. So,
Good day.
today we will be talking about it's a game. It's based on the objective decompose a simple problem into its significant parts, right? And here are the rules. There are only 4 fingers with which you are to respond. 1 finger will stand for input, and in this case, input means we're going any activity that surrounds collecting or gathering, that's input. So you're going to use 1 finger for input, 2 fingers for processing, and processing means you'll be doing something, carrying out some kind of action. Okay, class?
Like that.
Good.
Yes, sir.
3 fingers would mean that you're going to be showing something, displaying something, giving out something, or distributing something, right? And 4 fingers now means you're going to be storing something. So let's go again. 1 for input, 2 for processing, 3 for output, and 4 fingers for
Storage.
you guys.
Storage.
Right off the bat. Okay, scenario 1. Catching, it should be a cab. Catching a cab. Now, the activity of looking for a cab, would that be, no, first of all, let me start with, I'm going to choose persons for this activity, starting with, based on this configuration of my screen. Celia.
Yes, sir.
Right. So the activity of looking for a cab, would it be input, output? From your finger.
Input.
Input?
Yes, sir. 1.
Very good. 1. Dana.
Yes, 1
Calling
sir.
out for cab. 1 stop, or what would that be? You're calling out for a cab. Hey, or 1 stop. Would that be 1, 2, 3, or 4? 2
fingers, sir. 2 fingers. Yeah, I have 2 fingers, sir.
2 fingers.
No, sir. No, sir. I said 3 fingers. 3 fingers, sir.
Bachelor, why would it be 3 fingers and not 2?
Sir, because the sound come out of your mouth, sir, and you're calling out for a cab, sir. 3 fingers, sir. Output.
So calling out for a cab would be output.
Yes, sir.
The information is coming out from you.
Yes, sir.
Very good, Mr.
Don't and say, cabby, stop.
All right. Very good. Next person, Roslyn. All right. The activity of going in a cab, would it be 1, 2, 3, or 4? The going in the cab to sit down.
2.
2 is what again? Input?
Processing.
Processing is right.
Doing something. Yeah.
Doing
Do I get a
something.
sticker, sir?
You get a ticket.
Okay.
Soft copy, software ticket.
Okay.
Yes. Next person, Jessica. All right, let's move to the other activity. The other action. What can you observe from this picture, Jessica?
Somebody.
This is the okay. Somebody is paying for the cab service. Input, output, processing, storage. You're paying. You're giving out the money. You're giving out your substance to the cabbie. What kind of activity would you classify this as? Da 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 da. 5, 4, 3.
That's the process.
The processing. Let's try another classmate. Good try. Let's try.
Sir.
Me.
Let's try. Come on, Ed. I thank you for your participation.
Mister.
Roslyn said 3, sir.
3? What is 3
Yes, sir.
again? Sorry.
3.
What is 3
No
again?
output.
Output is right on the money. That is so right.
Oh my God.
Good. All right.
I want another sticker.
Let's give it another turn.
Another
All right,
sticker.
move on to our next activity. Okay, I changed the format of this presentation so things are flattened out like an egg. Right. So let's talk about making a juicy egg sandwich. Okay? Okay, so the activity of collecting the eggs. Jessica, what would that be? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Collecting.
That would be 1.
1, which would be storage. What's 1 again?
Input.
Input is right. Very good. You're doing well. Good. Input is correct. Okay. Ophelia. The action of getting the oil. 1, 2, 3, or 4? 1. Input. That is right again. Mr. Courtney. Getting the oil into the pan. 1, 2, 3, or 4? 2, processing. No. Why did you say processing and not input?
So because we're doing something?
Because you're doing something.
Yes, I am pouring in the oil.
Okay.
So you say I get the oil, you say I'm pouring it into the pan. So I am doing
something. All right. I'll give you a tick on that one. All right. Even though I initially. All right. Next person, again, going from the top. Let me pick on, who's next? Dana? Is it Dana? Dana.
Yes, sir.
I just gave away something that I should not have. The computer is giving me a little itch, but nonetheless.
And the answer.
Pretend what you didn't see, what was shown a while ago. The action of frying the egg, what would that be?
So I should say the wrong output? No, it's processing.
You sure it's processing? Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Why would that be processing?
She's got big brains, she's right. She's a big brains.
She's copy, sir. She's copy.
I didn't copy. I didn't see anything, so I didn't see. I swear.
Very good. Very good. Very good. I hope that it doesn't strike you, but very good. That is processing. All right. Next person. Let me pick on Jessica for this one. We're taking the egg out of the frying pan. Jessica, what action would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, or 4?
Processing.
Processing, getting the egg out of the frying pan. Out of the frying pan.
But that would not be output because the cooked eggs, wouldn't the cooked eggs be the output? Taking it out would still be the process that you're going through.
No.
Let's hear someone else. What do you say, Roslyn? What do you think?
Well, I agree with her for processing. All this is processing.
Okay.
Because what we're making, say, it's a juicy egg sandwich, you know.
And it is.
And we're not there yet.
Right. So it is fried now. The egg is complete. We're frying the egg, and now we're taking it from the pan. It's being removed from the pan. What? Do you agree it's processing? Removing it from the pan?
Yes, that's processing as well.
Okay. Let us hear from another classmate.
Sir.
Yes, Miss Bachelor. What do you say about that one?
If you had said, sir, making a juicy egg and never say sandwich, would it be output, sir?
I would jump and say it's output because it has been processed. The processing activity, which is the frying of the egg, has been completed, and
sir,
yes.
Is it because you said make it because you were so specific and you said making a juicy egg sandwich, sir? Is that why it's not output, sir? Because we don't have a sandwich yet, sir. All we have is a juicy, dry sauce of eggs, sir. Is that right, sir?
You know, You're a very good student. That's a very.
That's because you're a very good teacher, sir. Can I
No, but I said that too. I didn't tell me I'm a good student.
Rosalind and Jessica, you guys are really thinking. That's very good. Very, very
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Give an applause for that.
Yes, sir.
And 2 tickets. All right. So since it's not the finished product, it's still in the making. It's to the processing. Very good. Okay. So output is to the door. So the egg is on your plate. It's placed on the plate. What would that be now?
Output.
We're still processing, sir.
Processing.
Because we don't have the sandwich yet.
It's not a sandwich.
Sir, and a picture, sir.
That is a sandwich. It's a open sandwich.
What else is that?
Sir, that
Peppers.
on the bottom, sir. Quail egg, sir.
What's that?
Sir, what kind of thing that, sir?
Well,
Oh my God.
a sandwich in some part of the world. In some part of the world, the bread is readily available in the usual form. Just pretend it's okay. So pretend that that's the bread, the crust, that is a kind of bread there, and so forth. So if this was a sandwich on the plate, what would it be?
The output. The output.
Output. If it was a sandwich, that would have been the output.
That would have been the output.
It is a sandwich, a type of sandwich.
There is no bread. What is wrong
Bread
with
there.
Let us pretend it's a type of bread. You know, there's different
I'm
types of bread.
pretending. All these teachers today have me pretending things and imagining radio stations. Sir, my brain fire, sir.
Oh, yeah, that's an Italian bread.
Man, I would
Italian flat bread.
Right, right. So this is the end of the game.
That's how the sandwich look?
Yes, in some parts of the world.
But it's open sandwich.
Right, exactly. Good, exactly. It's an open sandwich.
Open.
So what are inputs?
Things that you put in the frying pan, sir, that's input, sir.
And put in your belly.
Oh, and people that go into taxi cabs, those are input as well, sir.
Okay. So what in terms of action? What are inputs in terms of action?
Taking the things out of the cupboard to fry, sir.
Stuff, gathering stuff.
Okay, gathering stuff. Yes. Taking things right. Good. And processing involves what again?
Doing something.
Good. And output, what again?
The finished product.
Okay.
The end result.
End result. Good. And storage?
My belly.
Your belly.
Okay.
The plate, sir. The plate to hold the sandwich.
Right. Very good. I was hoping someone would come up with that. The plate
from
hold the sandwich. All right.
Oh,
Well, you have been a very good class. Is there anything else to add?
Yes, sir. Could you tell the class that I was best, sir? You may not understand, sir.
Yes, you were all the best students. You were all the brightest students.
Next time the sandwich comes, sir. I'm hungry.
Sir, yes, sir. We're hungry. Sir, next time bring sandwich for everybody, sir. That's a good one.
Next time we'll use the bread
That ugly sandwich you want?
No, I don't want that ugly sandwich. I want a good sandwich, sir. I can get ham on mine, sir.
I don't do pork.
All right, no, he doesn't do pork.
You.
All right, thank you very much. I was watching Courtney. I said, Courtney, control this. All right. Yes, I like that. I like that game. It was very interesting, the whole session, that activity. It was interactive. It required some amount of thinking. It got persons thinking. And some of the things I was going to say, persons said already. For example, what Rosalind said, And I think Taylor said it too, it is dependent on the task. Because what I didn't see at first, Dexter, you weren't saying what exactly the task is. So is the task that you want to take a taxi from Kingston to Montego Bay, then we can understand the input, the processing, the output when you reach, and so on and so forth. But when you said, no, making a juicy egg sandwich, then we know the sandwich is the finished product. So we know that until we reach that point, we are not finished. Everything is processing, okay? So, yes, all of those things I saw coming out. What I need you to do, though, is you need to be very specific and very clear in your feedback. So when the students say some things, you need to say, yes, you are correct. No, it's not exactly so, and you explain, or whatever way you want to give your feedback, but make sure that you're specific, you're clear in your feedback. Okay. All right, I think that was it. Everything, I really liked it. Thank you very much. I think everybody deserves a round of applause. I think the activity was very good. I hope it was helpful for all of you, so you can have, you're clearer as to what is required in each of the different methods. Are there any questions, any comments, anything you want to add, anything you want to talk about regarding assessment, anything at this time?
Well, Miss, I'm glad that you did this today, because I can copy some of these things from my
I thought it, Courtney. I didn't expect you to say it. I thought it, but I didn't expect you to say it. But what you found is that you pretty much stuck to 3 topics among all 7 of you, because you find a number of persons doing algorithms, some talk about problem solving. That's one of the easiest for me. Yes. So I think you have those topics covered.
Yeah, that's the frame I'm most familiar with.
Yes. Right. So you have those topics covered. Right. Any other? Yes, Dana?
Yes. Regarding the evaluation, sorry. I noticed that you have 5 is the highest, but the grades, the marking is out of 10. Is that an error? In the evaluation for micro teaching?
On the sheet?
Yes. It says in the instructions, it says that 1 to 5, with 5 being the highest, but at the ending of the different sections that you have a total out of 10 for each section.
Is this the peer video supported micro teaching assessment?
Not the peer.
The one at the end, the one at the end of the
one at the end of the mic. Yes.
Okay. So I'm just looking to make sure that. All right. So you said. Okay, I see what you're saying.
So it's supposed to be out of 5, right?
Yes, mark it out of 5.
Oh, and the other thing that I wanted clarification on, I was just reading the portfolio instructions, and things that you're supposed to get your portfolio organized. Number 9, it says a sequential listing of the programming lesson plans. So that's all the lesson plans. We have to put them in a particular order.
Right, you put them in order because you're in the syllabus, it's in order to keep it in that order. Remember, you're not doing all of them, so I understand there might be gaps, but it should be in order.
And another thing again, because I'm trying to start this one.
Order of, well, you teach it in the order of the syllabus, I would hope so. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, some of the objectives, can it be broken down into probably 2 or 3 lessons?
Some of the topics can be.
Okay, and that would cater for, that could be included in the 15, right? And not counted as one.
Yes. I don't expect stages of problem solving to be more than one lesson though. No.
I'm talking about
But some of the others, yes.
yeah, like identifying ways of representing algorithms and
Yeah. But what we really want to see is really to see how you'd approach these particular topics. Because if you're going to be teaching at this level, you're going to encounter them, then we need to know that you are at least prepared and familiar with it before you go out there. Right?
okay.
Don't be afraid.
No, it's not that.
You have lots of experts.
I have to go and learn the content, and then I have to do the lesson. So it's and right now time is of essence. You don't have all that time to read and to do all those things.
I understand. I understand.
Today, now you just learn how to do 6.
Yes. Just like I didn't want to say it, but Cody was bold. He said it.
As I said, I was thinking it, but I didn't expect anybody to say it out aloud.
Yeah, that's why I kept quiet.
There was the steps.
Yes, Miss.
You're going quite fine.
Yes, go ahead.
Dana.
Who is talking? Roslyn,
Yes, I'm not certain. Roslyn. Yes, I just wanted to be certain. What form was Dana talking about? An evaluation
It's at
form.
the end of the micro teaching, the guidelines as to what is expected in the micro teaching.
That's all.
So you use it.
Oh, because I know. So we have 2 forms then.
Sorry?
We have 2 forms.
Yes,
Yeah,
there are 2
forms, right?
forms. You use the one at the end of the micro teaching. Could you excuse me 1 second, please? Still teaching. Let me call it back. But it's really too. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, Miss. I just wanted to be certain because I'm seeing there is an assessment form. Is that the one she was referring to?
The
assessment form, is that the one?
No, the one that is by itself, not that one she was talking about. We're talking about the one that's at the end of the guidelines.
So we use both of them or what?
All right. Well, this is what I had originally said. For your teaching, the one at the end of the micro teaching guidelines, when you do your micro teaching session, have the students use that one to assess you or to evaluate you. Okay? The one that is
the one with yes and no.
No, that's the second one that you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I should share it. Oh, let me share it so
do
that
that.
you can see what I'm talking about. Okay.
In the meantime, once you're sharing, so we have to submit those as well, the evaluations from the students?
Yes.
On Orville?
Yes, I'm going to provide a slot for you to submit those. So if you can
That's
get
on Friday as well?
Sorry?
So, okay, I was just saying, I'm just scan it and then, okay.
Yeah.
So on Friday we have to send it together with the.
If that comes afterwards, that's fine. But I want you to submit everything.
Originally, you said you wanted the teaching, the video of the teaching, and our reflection of ourselves. That's on Friday. Is that still the case?
I need
the
video.
Critical reflection.
I need at least you're going to submit it all on one.
Yes.
No, what I need on Friday is your micro teaching. That's the first thing. That's what I need on Friday. So anything else you can come after, but remember you have to upload and make that available so that the others can critique it.
Okay, Miss.
So
also, you said you were concerning us, the solutions, and sending our video to you
also.
and Roslyn.
How do you get to send the
Right.
recording?
What I said is that.
No, well, with me, I'm fine. I know what to do.
Oh, you are fine. Okay. Well,
Yes, miss, because I normally take it to the office, and the office send it.
Yeah, they send it, but then with our office in St. Lucia, they said they don't really do mail regularly.
okay.
So it might
you're
take
saying it
time to get.
might not reach in time.
Yes.
Mm. All right. Well, what I'm told is that you will have to find a way to get it to me. But in the meantime, for marking, what is she put in her grades?
She said that she
Also,
she told us that in
end of
August she was going to go.
towards the end of August. And I don't know exactly what day. Right. In the meantime, what I will do, because I would suggest you just send it in so that we have it on file. But if you find a way, for example, Dropbox, to submit your video, or any other way you can submit your documents, Google Drive, anything, any other way you can use, do it, submit it so that I can have it to mark, so that I can be on time with the results. And then you can put it together on your DVD or your CD and you can send it in. Okay? All right.
But will the entire portfolio be able to upload on Orville?
Your entire what?
Will the entire thing be able to upload?
Portfolio.
The portfolio? Well, that too, you might have to use Dropbox as well. I'm trying, or Google Drive, if it's going to be too big. The document shouldn't be too large though, unless you're using a whole image. No, shouldn't be too large.
And you didn't say what font size or anything like that you should use.
Normally you use size 12. You stick Times New Roman. Yeah. That's what we normally use.
The normal.
Yes, the normal.
Okay.
Next,
sorry, Taylor's asking.
Just to be clear, I know we're all dying from a break, right? The evaluation at the end of the guideline, the one that says out of 10 but should really be out of 5, that is for the students to evaluate you, the ones who are physically in the room with you.
Yes.
And then the other table, the one that says a file by itself,
right.
Yes, no, that is for us to evaluate each other.
Right.
Okay.
Got that? Okay.
You got that?
Good. All right. Are there any collect? Oh, okay. All right. So I think that's it. Any other questions? You know how to reach me. You can contact me and I will answer your questions.
This will you send us the feedback or post the feedback from the
the lesson plans? Okay.
It might have bearing on
what
things.
Oh yeah, as Felia said, so are you going to post the lesson plan? I'm waiting.
Okay, all right. Oh my God, see my homework here. I have my homework here and I didn't do it. Shame on me. All right, so I am going to that means I have 2 lesson plans to evaluate, and then I have that model lesson plan that I still haven't put up yet. So I have all of those things to do for the next class, and I need to do it in short order. All right.
Yeah, and the other thing before you leave, regarding final exams, because I saw that both courses have final exams, so
yes.
Exams would be around
the 17th. I had to submit the date long before this course started. It's the 17th of August, so that's week after next Monday, and I do believe it should start 9 to 11. It should be there.
Why so long? Oh my God!
Dana is laughing. Sorry, it's 2 hours.
So we are going to combine with Miss Ronnie's class. The two of you are going to combine for the exam?
No,
Separate exam.
two separate
I
exams.
need to have a conversation with her.
Miss, can you lengthen the date of that exam?
It's okay, as in the container.
As in the date.
What are
that
you
is-
asking, Rosalind?
You, Miss.
To
No, I'm
change?
asking, change the exam dates, make it, somewhere 20 something, 20.
Oh, remember that's administration, eh?
I'll put 20 something.
Okay, let me explain. Let me explain. Before I started teaching, I had to submit a date for the final exam for it. So I just had to pick a date. I knew that might be some changes, but I'm not going to change the date of the final exam. I could probably change the date of your portfolio.
No, change the content, make it half as difficult. That's fine.
Okay, so Miss.
So what I'll do, I'll go through and see. If you notice, there are some links that say test in bracket. I will go through and I will see how I can outline which ones. See if I need to, exclude some or, one or two.
Okay, and will it be the format just like Dr. Daly does, or it would be written?
It will be online, just like,
On the computer.
yes.
So
definitely.
So you
difficult.
Me usually have a lot of problems for exams, so try your best to make. I do not know what to say. The others can help.
Go again?
Yes. We have not had good experience thus far with online components. Yes, make it half as difficult. It's been a struggle.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all.
In terms of the structure of the question. And so on. So
All right, I will try to make it as manageable, and hope that this experience will be a better one than the ones you've had. Okay?
Well, the teaching was a different experience, so I hope the exam is one.
Okay. All right.
Yes, Miss. So you were not through. You were saying you would try to change the dates of the portfolio.
Yes, I will look at what, because I know I'm looking at how we're progressing, and so I know writing up the lesson plans are going to be, that part is going to take some amount of time. So I could change the date of that because it was originally the 14th. I could change the date of that and put it maybe the 21st.
Right,
But
after the exam.
The final exam will remain the 17th.
Okay, and just one last thing from me for now. Are we supposed to send a hard copy of the portfolio?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you can submit all of them to me at some point in time, so I can mark as soon as you finish, you upload it, you get it to me online. Then you can package it up and do all of those things and submit it.
Okay.
Afterwards.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I think that's it. And I'm going to tell you what Daly has been saying. I'm dying of hunger. So I am going to go now, and you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, Miss.
And enjoy your break tomorrow.
You too.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Tomorrow
Thank
it's a holiday. It's a
Next
holiday.
time.
Yes, it's a holiday, so there's no school.
Yeah, enjoy your holiday.
Thank you very much.
What holiday?
Miss has a holiday, not Talia and Courtney.
Exactly. Miss
Not even next time.
It won't be much of any holiday. I have some work to do. But thank you. I'll at least wear my colors.
What colors, Miss?
Jamaican
Independence, the colors of my flag.
Oh, woo. You gonna eat aki and saltfish tomorrow?
Recording. I see what I can find.
And oil dung. You're gonna have some oil dung.
Some oil dung.
We have rundown.
Yes.
Okay.
Rundown, hallelujah.
Woo! I love
Like
Canada.
some asham.
All right. Well, enjoy.
All right, thank you.
Tomorrow.
Please email me some of your food.
Yes.
So,
All right.
bye
You
bye.
take
See you
care.
later.
See you
Bye.
later.
Bye.
Elia,
Yeah.
you'll check me out, right?
Yeah, I'm supposed to go up to school later to see if I can get a picture of that thing.
Okay then. When you get it, you'll let me know.
I will.
Okay, bye and enjoy the holiday tomorrow. Don't do schoolwork
What
tomorrow.
holiday? There is no holiday, lady. Day and night. There's no holiday. Just do it.
Yeah, we had the holiday on the first two, and it was no holiday. It was strictly schoolwork.
Well, I like when the Jamaicans are having holiday because that's when I have a holiday. But they want so I didn't enjoy it. So thanks for the Jamaican holiday.
Yeah.
Bye. See you, Rosalind.